Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, I mentioned this last Wednesday at the beginning of stream. I mentioned this also Friday stream, and also mentioned this in my live notification. This is a special stream. It's my eighth photo editing stream, and there's Bud joining us. So there's a confirmation that I'm live. Yeah, so this is my eighth photo editing stream, third of the summer, and third within a month. Yeah, it's always amazing how these things work out. I was worried I wouldn't get too many photo editing streams done because of how things were with the weather and the fact that weren't too many things going on, and then boom, like I go to a lot of events, and I end up being able to do uh, three photo editing streams this summer, and three within a month. So yeah, this is really awesome. So today's photos that I'll be or I should say, the photos I'll be editing today. Now, as I mentioned, I think it was last Monday. I couldn't go to Carafest because it was just too hot, and yeah, being in downtown Calgary with uh, all that concrete and asphalt there. It was already like over 30 Celsius, so like just the temperature itself. Then, of course, being on the concrete and asphalt, it would have felt hotter. So yeah, it would have been way too. It would have been just way too tough to be down in downtown Calgary. So yeah, I went on the All Events app and on this event called in Marda Loop. It was a street festival called Marda Gras, and so I went there and I got a lot of photos. And now for this photo editing stream here. So yeah, those are the photos that I'll be taking. Yeah, it's just like the past two because of how many there are. Try to get through as many as I can. I didn't take as many last Sunday compared to the classic car show and the street hockey tournament. But uh, but I don't know if I'll get through all of them today, especially since I started a little later than I would have liked. But I'll try to get through them all. But if I can't, I'll just get through as many as I can, and then finish up the rest tomorrow. Um, so let's get started with the photos. And this is the first one. And this one I had used shutter priority mode on my camera. Now, if you remember with the I'd mentioned with the um, street hockey tournament photos, I got 1/250th of a second for the shutter speed, and that worked pretty well. And I had said next time I get a chance to take action photos, I try and bump it up to 1/400th, and yeah, this worked out even better. Like with 1/320th, it was only marginally better. This really did stop the action nicely, and with this one, uh, uh, because of the travel distance to Myrtle Loop and then having to walk. Oh, soccer! Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Oh, oh, it's going well. Yeah, I just started, so we haven't missed anything, and it's good to hear that you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well. My day's gone well. Yeah, I got a lot of sleep last night. Yeah, yeah. This is just the first photo, and yeah, I was just explaining yeah, what was going on in here. Yeah, so because of the yeah, because of the distance to travel to Marda Loop, like I parked at the same spot that I did when I went to the street hockey tournament. So of course I had to walk and all that. And first thing that I saw when I got over the hill that to the Marda Loop business area were these dancers here, and yeah, I took a good number of photos of these dancers, and yeah, yeah, they basically stayed until this particular dance number that they were doing was finished. And I've done 1/400th of a second for the shutter speed, and yeah, oh yeah, definitely the street festival was fun, and it was definitely fun to be able to just watch this dance, these two dancers just do their thing there. Now, where I stood, as you can see, it's from kind of like the back angle because there were so many people standing there. I wouldn't have had room to even get photos. So I just stood at the sidewalk on the back end and like I got maybe onto the street a little bit so I could zoom in a little more. But yeah, this was a really fun and funny. This was a really fun dance number to watch, and yeah, the music was also pretty nice, and yeah, you can see that just from their faces that yeah they and it's from the body language that they are having a lot of fun here. Okay, so the first thing, just check for any chromatic aberration here. Yeah, so there is a little bit, so we'll do some lens correction there. Okay, that's the first thing that we want to do. Let's get rid of the fringing here. And in case you're wondering what chromatic aberration is, it's a little bit of green there. Don't know if there was any purple or pink, but yeah, those are those lines. Oh, Chrissy, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, how's your day going? Yeah, you haven't missed anything. This is just the first photo that I'm editing here, the first photo that I took last Sunday. All right, so yeah, we want to. Well, that's good to hear your day's going well. So so now we just straighten this out, and then we get onto it. And I have mentioned this when I was editing the Globe Festival photos, and then also the event at the classic car show. Well, classic car show photos, we actually had to go a little more to get the detail out of the cars, but the street hockey tournament photos, yeah, when it comes out to event photos, you don't have to do too much editing there. You don't have to go all the way because yeah, there isn't as much detail you need to get out of it. So with the contrast, you don't have to go very high. Highlights, want to brighten them. That's what it looks like. But yeah, you want to try and darken them a little bit, so in that way, these tents, for instance, they don't become so blindingly bright. So we'll increase the midtones a bit, shadows a bit here. Yeah, so we want to turn this down a little bit and increase that. Don't really have to increase that too much. Turn on the haze a little bit, and because it was a bright sunny day, you want to use daylight for the white balance there. Little extra saturation, little extra vibrance here. And we don't really need to add any effects here. I mean, it's already a bright sunny day, but I'll just show you if you wanted to add a sunlight filter or sunshine filter. This is what it pretty much looks like then. And yeah, you don't want to add that, so we'll just take it out. This is already a pretty bright sunny day. So we'll export that. Just change the folder here. And we want to go there. I forgot number 85 was those, or were those bonus park photos that I had posted last week. All right, and okay, so now we can move on to the next one, and yeah, here's another one. Now, the lens that I'd use was my 17 to 50 millimeter lens. There was because of the nature of where I was, there wasn't really a whole lot of room to be able to change lenses all the time, and and you'll see later on with some of the other photos that I took that yeah, 17 to 50 was the one that I'd use most of the time anyway. And yeah, here. And here they're just doing some more dancing there. Right, so let's see here. Let's just check for any fringing here. There might be a bit, so we'll just see. Yeah, definitely that. I think I got rid of it. Yeah. Right, and now we'll straighten it out. And for those of you who are wondering what software I'm using to edit these photos, because there isn't as much chromatic aberration, at least in these photos here, you'll see a lot more when there's like, sky or clouds or something like that, but with photos like this, I don't see it as much, but the software that I use for editing is On1 Photorod 2020 here. Some may see me use DxO Photolab here. Especially if there's a lot of chromatic aberration, which looks like there might be a picture coming up. So see where I might have to do something there. Also, other software that I use is sometimes Lens Flare Studio more in landscape photos if the sun is showing and want a little bit of flare. And Aurora HDR I use sometimes, mostly with landscape and street photography. And Affinity Photo I do use. That's now because of how good On1 PhotoRaw and DxO Photolab are. I tend to use this more like when there's removal of dust spots needed in landscape photos and photos where the sky is showing. Though sometimes if there's something else that needs to be removed, I do use that. So we'll just go here. We'll increase the exposure just a little bit. Too much with the contrast. Okay, here's the highlights. Okay, there's the midtones there. Okay, and then the whites, and there's the blacks. Between and last Sunday, the weather it wasn't as hot compared to uh, last Saturday. Last Sunday, the hottest it had gotten was 26 or 27 Celsius, but when I went here, it was like 23, 24, so still a lot better than 30 Celsius, that's for sure. And of course, I had 2 bottles of water, so I was able to keep myself hydrated there. Okay, not too much there, and then just the haze a little bit. And then we'll use the difference there, a little bit of saturate, or the white balance at daylight. Okay, so we'll do that, and we'll go on to the next one then. And then there's another photo here, and here you can see this was one where where they were a little further apart like that, as excuse me, as part of the dance number there. And yeah, you can see just how much fun they're having there. And yeah, as you can see, the audience is also having a lot of fun watching it. Right, so let's see if there's any fringing here. Well, maybe some. We'll do that with the chromatic aberration there. Okay, yeah, definitely we're gonna have to straighten this one out. Yeah, that looks straight. Wait, let me just check. What? This has happened a few times before, where it didn't export properly, so I better just make sure. Okay, those first two did export properly. Yeah, because sometimes, those two, or sometimes not those two, but sometimes what's happened is the photos don't export properly and it ends up being a blank screen or blank photo. I have to go back and try again to export it. I'm just just to make sure that they exported properly. Okay. Give the exposure a little bit. As you can see, with the event photos, you don't have to go too high with the contrast. And yeah, the highlights, you don't want them to be so bright that you can't really see things where there's highlights. Midtones, and then we'll do the shadows here. Okay, so we'll do the whites here. Blacks, okay, just a little bit there. Just a little bit here, not too much there. And throw some of the haze. Yeah, sometimes atmospheric haze, even in event photos at ground level or street level, sometimes it can creep in there. And so I'll do the daylight for the white balance there. A little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. Right. We'll export that. Okay, and now we'll go into the next photo here. Okay, let's see here. Right, before we do that, let's check for any fringing here. Oh, sure, but still a good idea to remove it. And one thing about chromatic aberration, this is like when you're shooting in RAW on your camera. I don't know if point and shoot cameras have RAW shooting modes or not. But I do know DSLRs and mirrorless have the ability to shoot in RAW. Uh, so especially when it's a bright sunny day, though it has happened also on cloudy days, you can see a lot of pink and green lines. They're more prevalent when there's sky, but sometimes even at the ground level, you do see some color fringing there on things like this. And okay, and other things in all over the image. So yeah, those are things that you have to really be careful of and trying to remove. But yeah, and for those of you who try to shoot JPEG, when you try to edit the photos, this is especially true with landscape photos, but even with like event photos like this, what ends up happening is there's a lot of blockiness and like sometimes there's stuff in the detail, or sometimes things get very underexposed. Then you try and uh, edit the photos and try and brighten them up and all that. And you find out what ends up happening is you end up with these red and like these pixels that are all different colors. Some red, some green, some blue, some like all across the color spectrum. So that's why then especially when you want to edit your own photos, you have to shoot in RAW. That way, you get all the detail back, and you don't have to worry about all those different colored pixels that come, especially the ones from the shadows. I don't want to brighten that out too much. You do a little bit of contrast, not too much there. Okay, turn on the highlights a bit. A little bit of the midtones. Some shadows here. That down here. And this time we'll trim that down a little bit, and then we'll turn up too much structure there. I'm trying to get to any detail. It looks a little crooked still, so straighten it out a little more. And with photo editing, as you can see, there sometimes there's a lot of back and forth because you think you got it right, and then you have to go back and forth and keep changing things and adjusting things so you get it just the way you want it. Okay, now I think I got it straight. Okay, so here's the white balance here. Right, we got some, yeah, there's the daylight white balance. And because this isn't, was it landscape or street photo, it's an event photo. You don't want to go too high with the saturation or the vibrance there. You want to try and keep it a little low there, or not keep it a little low, but you want to just go a little bit with it, not too high. Okay, so now we export that, and we'll move to next image here. And as you can see, dancers now are a little like see that they're in a different position and doing another thing. But yeah, definitely you can see everybody's having fun here in the image. And at these events, you really want to make sure everybody's having fun. Right, and I think there is a little bit of printing there. And I will tell you that before I got, I've had Aurora HDR for quite some time, and excuse me, I've had Aurora, yeah, had Aurora HDR for quite some time. I've had Affinity Photo for quite some time, but before I got Odd One Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab, sometimes these pictures would take a half hour to an hour to edit each, just because all the fringing, especially with landscape photos and street photos, all the fringing that would happen. Um, and the software that I was using before, the Skyloom software, didn't do a good job with removing the chromatic aberration. It, I had to manually do it section by section in Infinity Photo, and no, that would take a long time just to remove all that fringing from the photos there. And then if there was things that need to be removed there as well, um, so it yeah, it would take a half hour to an hour per photo, and sometimes it would take a long time to get through even this many photos. I remember, like with the was the street hockey tournament photos and as a car show photos, it took me 2 days. Uh, with the old Luminar the Skyloom Luminar software that I would use. Oh, that would take me a week to get through, just because of how hard it was to get the chromatic aberration removed, since those software didn't do a good job of it. Right, so exposure there. Yeah, we don't want it to be too contrasty. Okay, we'll do that with the highlights, that with the midtones, that with the shadows. Okay, we'll do that there. I'm gonna do that with that slider here, and one thing that I do like about things like on one photo raw, the Exo Photo Lab is that uh, there's sliders, so it's a lot easier for me to figure out what I want. Whereas like Affinity Photo is a Photoshop alternative, so that like for those who've used Photoshop, you know how it's not as easy because there are no sliders there to one. Everything's good there, so let's put here, there. Yeah, because with that there are no sliders, so like in terms of manipulating it, uh, like if you just wanted to do something like this, it's a little harder to do. Whereas with these things, the sliders definitely make it a lot easier for me to properly edit the photos the way I want them to. And with Odd One Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab, those are actually Lightroom alternatives. So for those of you who are familiar with Adobe Lightroom, this is a cheaper alternative, and you don't have to worry about the subscription for Adobe. And once you buy the software, you own it. don't have to buy another one unless you want to. You don't have to upgrade to the new version. You aren't forced to upgrade to the new version if you don't want to. Especially if like you have a older computer and might not be able to handle the new system requirements. You can stick with the current version you have, especially if that current version works very well for you. Right. Yeah, so yeah, here's another photo from the dancers there, and uh, yeah, and as you can see, everybody's having fun here, and the music, like I said, was a really good one. I do remember the point where they were clapping and getting the whole audience to clap as well. Let's check up there. Okay, nothing there. All right, so yeah, we will have to straighten this out. So we'll do that. And we'll do that there with those sliders, and now select that, and now we'll go to the crop. Yeah, this is just easier for straightening. You can definitely do the straightening using the transform, but then you have to crop it anyway. So this way, it automatically does the crop for you and gets it to the parts of the, and it gets the rectangle here to the parts of the picture that will make sure none of the crop or none of the this blank area ends up showing the picture. Right, so we'll apply that. Okay, that definitely looks straight there. Right, and with the exposure, do that with the contrast there, with the highlights there. Okay, do that with the midtones there. Yeah, we can do that with the shadows. And it's amazing how different this looked just a couple of weeks after that street hockey tournament, where during the street hockey tournament they had all those street hockey rinks there, and then just 2 weeks later they have the street festival with all the different with like the dance floor here, and there's some other things there, and all the tents and food trucks and all that along the side of the road, and you're actually walking on the road. Right, so we'll do that with the blacks here, and that here, here. So there's a light filter there. Do that with the saturation, do that with the vibrance. And now, yeah, it's just a matter of waiting for it to export there. Right, here's I think this was close to the end of this dance that they were doing. Um, let's check and see if there's any fringe. There might be. So we'll just get rid of this. Move up that slider, and move up that slider, and yeah, that's the first thing that you definitely want to look for there. If there's any chromatic aberration, yeah, just because, especially when it's printed, yeah, it can be very noticeable there. All right, so it's the exposure here. Okay, do that with the contrast. With the highlights. Do that with the midtones there. That with the shadows there. Do that with that. Check to make sure that nothing On there, okay. Do that with that there. Turn it down there, okay, and now daylight. Okay, do that there. Do that there. And now we just let it list there. Alright, so we move on to the next one here. Alright, and it does, actually that looks pretty straight there, so we don't have to do any straightening out of it or any adjustments like that. Yes, we can there. Now, in case you're wondering what this distortion is, there's something called barrel distortion, and I think the other one is called pincushion distortion. Um, Basically, what it looks like is the distortion is basically the image kind of looks a little more bloated or a little more pinched compared to before. Now, this one already has the lens profile, so it does the automatic distortion fixes there. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that. But if it didn't, then you would have to do the slider and try and get it to not look like either a bubble or something that's pinched in the photo. But yeah, because it automatically does it, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that, right? So a little bit with the exposure here, a little bit with the contrast. Okay, turn on the highlights a little bit. Midtones. I'm gonna do that with the shadows. Turn that down. And turn that up a little bit. Do that. Okay, do a little bit with that. There. Do the saturation. And do that with vibrance. Now, in case, yeah, because it was called Marda Gras. In case you're wondering if there were like uh, any kind of jewelry passed around, no, there was no jewelry passed around. It was just a street festival with tents and booths and food trucks, and of course performances. Yeah, there was actually like before I had now the performances on these things. They had like I don't know what was it, 45-minute shifts or 1 hour, 15-minute shifts for the performances. So like before I had left this street festival, there was another performance with people on drums on the same dance floor there. Um, there was like singers. There's actually like there were singers on a stage set up in a tent, and there was another truck-like stage. Like if you go onto my Instagram, see a picture from the 2019 Calgary Stampede when I went to downtown Calgary. There was a band performing on a truck-like stage there. So there was something like that further down the road. Uh, like there weren't too many people performing on that stage there. Um, okay, this I think I'll have to straighten out a little bit. Just have to make sure everything did export properly, right? And yeah. So we'll straighten that out. Let's do this lens correction. Now in DxO Photo Lab, what else? No DxO Photo Lab, maybe Lightroom as well. Um, don't know what else, but it does automatic chromatic aberration removal and removes all the fringes, all the green lines, and all the purple and pink lines. I don't know what other software does it. I think there are a few others. Um, we'll do that with the exposure, do that with the contrast, and the highlights there, that with the midtones, that with the shadows, that with the whites, do that with the blacks there, right? And not too much structure. We're not trying to get kind of detail out of it, but we definitely want to try and do a little bit of haze removal. And then daylight there. Saturation. The vibrance. Right. And we'll export that. Okay, now we'll move on to the next photo. Um, right, and and now we'll just straighten it out a little bit. It's good for straightening. Right, and then I'll just get rid of that. And then a little bit with the exposure here. Then a little bit with the not too much contrast there. Right, and then with the highlights, you do that with the midtones there. Shadows here. Down a little bit. And turn that down. Okay. Yeah, we don't, and again with the structure, that's if you want to get a lot of detail, but because we're not trying to get the food truck edited, we're trying to, or not, like we're not editing a picture of the food truck, we're editing a picture of the dancers. You don't have, like this is the case with any event photo, and especially when you're trying to take pictures of people, you're not trying to get too much detail out of the people. You don't have to do too much structure. Um, you don't also, and you don't have to get the well, that's saturated there, there, and you're not trying to get detail out of the dynamic contrast there because the dynamic contrast, that's if there's something to get a lot of detail, that's what you would use. I think there are some pictures of food trucks, so depending on what yeah, depending on what the situation was, if the sky is showing or not. You might see me use that if it's a food truck or a vehicle, but when it's just like these kinds of event photos, yeah, you don't have to go haywire with the structure and the detail and all that. And you don't have to, like, add in extra filters to get the detail out of it. Okay, so we'll export that. Yeah, and also I think, well, depends on the nature photo. Yeah, might want to get some detail out of it depending on the nature photo, and if it's a street photo, if like depending on what it is, if it's like a photo of a building, yeah, you want to try and get some detail out of that. All right, so we'll move to the next image here. Right. Right, with the ISO, like I have talked about ISO before. What that is I think how sensitive the sensor is to the light or something like that, uh, light sensitivity or something like that, and basically, when it's a bright sunny day like this, ISO 100, or if your camera allows for it, every camera is different. Some do allow you to go to ISO 50 so that's what you want on a bright sunny day, because yeah, you don't need to have too much. You don't need to have any light sensitivity. I will say is when you with the ISO at a really high level, you end up getting a lot of green, a lot of noise in the picture, a lot of grain. So then that's where you would use something like this noise reduction set of sliders. But yeah, you don't have to do it when it's like ISO 100, ISO 50. If you're in shade, ISO 250 can work, especially when it's shade in a bright sunny day. When it's cloudy, then you want to go ISO 400, and depending on how you're feeling, maybe a little higher, depending on what the situation is. But yeah, with a bright sunny day, like ISO 100 for sure. Actually, this doesn't need straightening there. But yeah, ISO 100 and camera allows for it. ISO 50 are definitely what you want to use. Because I mean, it's already a bright sunny day. You don't need to make the camera even more sensitive to the light. Right, so increase the exposure just a little bit. That with the contrast. That with the highlights. That with the midtones. A little bit extra with the shadows, not a lot. Really need the structure there. Take atmospheric haze out, and as you can see, with the atmospheric haze, well, maybe this. See what happens if I try and straighten it out. It does look a little. Yeah, okay. But yeah, and also to get these pictures, you want to again. This time I made like this time I actually was a lot more careful to make sure AFA wasn't actually selected. Because with the action like this, now if you go AFA, that's basically autofocus, if you will. That's basically the camera decides what kind of autofocus mode is right, and the camera doesn't always get it right. So when it's action like this, you want FC, which is continuous autofocus. Uh, the default there, I think, is uh, like it's the number of autofocus points you have. What happens is uh, you just press the shutter button, but don't press it all the way. It'll focus on whatever it is you're trying to focus on. And I think with the Mac, when you select all the focus points, it'll just auto select and all of it, and just keep the focus on all of the things within that autofocus range. And as they're moving, and of course, like I said, shutter priority. 1/250th, I think, would have worked here, but I went up to 1/400th just to see how it was, because I wanted to see if that would stop the action even more. Because I did say this um, during the photo editing stream with the street hockey tournament photos, that 1/250th worked because it wasn't too fast paced. But this time I get to take something similar to that, like say this. I would give 1/400th a try, and that stopped the action even more, and worked and did even more than 1/250th. 1/250th worked pretty well. This 1/400th definitely worked, and as I said, like when you're taking pictures of like cycling race, or cyclists going at a fast speed, or uh, motorcycles that are riding, or uh, motocross, so when they're doing the tricks, or um, like BMX, or skateboarding, and especially with the tricks, 1/500th is definitely what you want to use for the shutter speed. And And yeah, as you can tell, it really nicely stops the action then when you like with 1/400th when you're stopping the action and there isn't any of that fast paced. Like when it's very fast paced, 1/500th is shutter speed. Like at the minimum you want. Uh, as I said, when it comes to shutter speed, that you said you have to determine is it going to be very fast paced, is it going to be a little slower paced, uh, and just play around with that and really find something where definitely the action gets sopped a lot. And when you're using a DSLR or mirrorless camera, you'll definitely find yourself pressing a lot of buttons, like switching between single point autofocus and a single shot, and then continuous autofocus, and also, and like in terms of the uh, speed, in terms of uh, how fast you want the camera to take the photos. Like I chose continuous high for the speed. Just there's also like some of the DSLRs and mirrorless cameras have continuous low. Um, that one would only be well, it depends on the camera, of course. But like for instance, my camera continuous low. I think it's 3 frames per second, but I want it faster, so continuous high. That's like 6 frames per second, and you know and you really have to make that determination because it's fast paced. Definitely, continuous high is right. Like I haven't seen a situation where now I would need continuous low because continuous low might be a little slow when we're trying to get action, any kind of action. Right. So yeah, I think this was definitely uh, the last bits of the dance performance that these two were doing. Right. So. Uh, The sharpening, that is only if like the action is a little, I guess, blurred or something, or something happened and you needed to, or it didn't get as sharp as you would like, and you just wanted to be more sharp. But yeah, I definitely got this nice and sharp here. And again, like 1/250th might have worked pretty well, but yeah, I wanted to try 1/400th, and that worked uh, really well. So again, it's about just making those determinations and experimenting to see, okay, does one like with something that isn't like super fast paced, uh, just making that determination and just trying it out and seeing how it works. Yeah, yeah, I know. Sure now that 1/400th works for stuff like this. Probably works also for uh, sports that aren't as fast paced as, say, like I said, the extreme sports and extreme sports, motorcycles, and all that. And actually, like if you were taking a picture at a dog show and dog show they have dog races or the dog going through all those obstacles, 1/500th is a must. Trust me. 3 years ago, the Penticton Peach Festival. Like I took some pictures at this dog show, and the dogs, I mean, they move very fast. So 1/500th was a must, and I was able to at least catch some of the action. Um, I don't know if faster shutter speed would have worked or not. Okay, so we'll do that. A little bit there. Okay, and then with the white balance there. Okay, so we'll export that. But yeah, like I don't know if faster shutter speed would have worked with that dog show because of how fast, but I do know 1/500th worked. Um, yeah, because of how fast those dogs move. 1/500th, yeah, that's a must at a minimum for something like the dog show there. Uh, um, okay, and definitely we'll need to straighten this out here. Right. We'll straighten that out there. Okay, and let's check. Definitely it might be needed. Fringe removal here. And do that. With the contrast, not too much there. We'll do that here. Okay, and that with the shadows here. Oh, we want to turn that down. That. A little bit here. Down a little bit here. Okay, we'll do that with the daylight. There. Okay, and we'll export that. And actually, and actually, remember, and for those of you who were here when I talked about not being able to go to the Lilac Festival because the weather just didn't. Okay, yeah, this was pretty much at the end of the dance performance here, and then I moved on and started taking photos around the street festival. Anyway, as I had said, as I was just saying, for those of you who remember when I talked about the Lilac Festival and how it would have been great if I'd been able to get those photos at the Lilac Festival, but unfortunately the weather didn't cooperate because it was cold and cloudy, and uh, and it also rained. And there was a brief period where the sun was starting to poke out, and then the clouds came again. Anyway, as this is pretty much how the Lilac Festival had been going, because uh, I mean, there were stages. Like when I had gone 3 years ago, mistake I had made 3 years ago when I had gone to the Lilac Festival was going as part of a group. Uh, and what ended up happening was I ended up having to take the photos that the group wanted. Uh, and of course, none of those photos worked out. And there were a lot of photos that I would have liked to take that I couldn't. Remember on one of the stages that were set up, there was a band that had a sax player, and that looked pretty cool. But with the group, and they weren't interested in getting those photos. Um, and the photos that I ended up getting didn't work out. Let me just you okay? We'll do that. But yeah, this is pretty much how it would have been. Where every street corner there might have been something set up, or there might have been a street performer. Like there might have been set up something set up so for some dancers, or something set up for a drum band or some kind of performance, or at every corner there might have been a street performer, and then of course some of the places had stages set up so bands could play. Is that a little bit, that, and we'll do that, okay, and then the haze a little bit. Put the white balance there. And do that for there. And yeah, so yeah, there would have been stages, of course, all over the street that Lilac Festival happens. It would there were of course all the like there are all these tents that are there. Of course, there's a mass of people. This street festival. Yeah, there were some people, but I mean, when you compare it to Lilac Festival, ooh, yeah, that one. Just check. I think be able to show you the EXO Photo Lab how different the editing is. Oh yeah, yeah, I definitely have to use the EXO Photo Lab here. So this is the first look at DxO Photo Lab. Let me just check to make sure I didn't skip. Okay, I didn't skip over a picture. Okay, so to make sure. Okay, so this is the difference with DxO Photo Lab, as you can see. And again, as you saw, there was a little bit of distortion. I don't know what kind. there was, but it was automatic, and again, it said automatically. They have all the DxO has all these different camera and lens profiles, so it allows the distortion to be fixed. And well, yeah, so it's a little different with, and as you can see with the chromatic aberration, there it is, and it's gone because this does it automatically and it removes all of it. There are no sliders. In case you're wondering how I got it to the original image, because as you saw in on one photo, all I had to do was click the image again and it got back. Here it's not that, it's not like that. You press, well, I'm on a MacBook, as you all know. So I press Command 0. If you're in Windows, I believe it's Control 0. So there is a control button or a control key on Macs, but I have no idea what they do. Um, I've never been able to figure out what that control button does, or the control key does. Um, we'll click that. We'll get rid of more. In case you're wondering what more is, this is more. Well, I guess there might be a bit on asphalt, but it's more like on gravel, on some buildings, and like siding, um, on rocks and that kind of thing. The more is basically pink or purple and green lines that show up on there. Now here is you can do perspective editing. I did get this straight on, so do that. But this is how perspective editing works. See, just like that. Just like that. It's just a matter of a slider. This is like that, and then you do have to straighten it out. Then, of course, let's see if we, where is it? Where? Oh, okay, there we go. Horizon. Okay, that made it more crooked. I was trying to straighten it out, not make it more crooked. Alright, so that's how perspective editing works. I didn't do it in on one photo raw because it wasn't needed. Right, and okay, so looks straight. Right, so as you saw, that's how chromatic aberration removal works in DxO Photolab. Like it's what's called lateral chromatic aberration in terms of, or lateral chromatic aberration removal. Basically, it just automatically gets rid of all those lines as you saw. Um, Now that we got this straight, and I had actually mentioned this with the street hockey tournament photos. I might have mentioned this also with classic car show photos. Basically, when you want to do perspective editing, is a situation where you're taking a picture of something that ends up, but not just crooked in terms of the horizon line, where it's not straight, but also crooked in terms of how it looks in the picture. Like instead of being straight on, it looks like it's at an angle when it wasn't at an angle. I've had to do perspective editing, like say when I've taken pictures of signs, like say in Banff National Park, see a picture of a sign, and then I have to do perspective editing to properly straighten it out, so now it didn't look like it was at an angle. In terms of instead of straight on, you saw how like even this food truck looked like it was at an angle, so um, had to adjust that so that way it looked like it was straight on, not at that crooked angle there. Um, and I'm not talking about crooked angles in like it's not straight in terms of the horizon, but crooked angle in terms of looks like it's more like it was more as you saw, or like facing towards this thing here rather than straight on towards me. Okay, so we'll do that with the exposure for now. Um, we will have to remove dust spots, so I'll show you very shortly. Yeah, let's turn down the highlights a little bit there. Do that with the midtones. That with the shadows. Um, do that. Okay. Here, see if I can get some detail out of it, though it doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot of detail to really get out of this thing. Um, so well, silver in color, so I don't think saturation vibrance are going to do much. Anyway, we'll see what other effects we can do on it. I think this food, like the people who own this food truck were also at Festival. Yeah, like if I'm in the same Discord as you, you saw me post those a few weeks ago. Those Festival photos, and there were some food vendors. One of them was a churros food vendor. Another, I think, was an empanada food vendor. It might have been the ones who own this food truck here. Okay, so we'll see what we can do with this image here. Oh, I forgot to open that. Hold on. Oh, you gotta love. Oh, whoops. Oh, well, it's a good thing I remembered to go in here because I forgot to turn on the multi-output device. Luckily, there weren't any sound alerts that went off, so yeah, we don't have to. Yeah, so it's a good thing I actually opened up the system preferences, isn't it? Because otherwise, I would have gone. Excuse me, I would have like otherwise, the sound alert might have gone off, and you might not have been able to hear it unless it went through my mic, depending on what the sound alert was. I was in such a rush to get this stream started, I almost forgot to get things set up on my phone, and I also forgot to get the multi-output device selected. Yeah, it does happen, and that's the thing about the Macs. Because it isn't set to show you the In case you're wondering about the before I with that thought, but in case you're wondering about the haze in the sky here, there's some forest fires going on over in British Columbia. So yeah, some of that smoke has drifted over here. Oh, and yeah, before I continue on with Color Effects Pro, I did get some calls since Friday's stream. Uh, Priamula, Uke Puki, if I pronounce that right, and Game Flub Dojo, thank you for your follows since Friday's stream and for today's stream. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you'll be able to come in sometime and we can chat. But yeah, the thing with Max is uh, it's a little more complicated to be able to have the game sound or sound alerts or anything like that to show up. Like you have to use a multi-output device, and you have to set it up using iShow audio capture or iShowU audio capture, whatever it's called. Yeah, we don't need this. Like I'll show you what happens with the sunlight. You see, that's what happens, and I don't think a sunlight filter is going to work. And one thing about this net collection, especially Color Effects Pro, if you don't click Add Filter, now here we're going to be changing the filter, so it's not going to be a big problem. Let's see what happens when we try and get detail out of it. But if you choose something and forget, and you're trying to add a filter, if you forget to press Add Filter, you lose what's in this filter. Now there we weren't going to use the sunlight filter anyway, so not a big deal. Uh, but yeah, this is. But if I was trying to get another one, I forgot to like add one on top of this one. I forgot to press add filter. Yeah, I would have lost whatever edits I put because it would have gone to the new filter. You have to press add filter and then do that. So we'll do that. Trying to do the best we can here. Shift it a little bit there. That's about, yeah, that's about as good as I can get it. So now let's remove those dust spots that showed up, or that probably did show up here. And I'll show you that trick. And I have it has happened before where I start streaming and it's half an hour in, whatever. And I forgot about the and I forgot to turn on the hold on, just that. I forgot to turn on the multi-output device, and then I realized that it's like, ooh, uh, I forgot to turn on the multi-output device. So anyway, no sound alerts have gone off during the first hour here, but if any did, or if any had gone off, unless it went through the mic, you might not have heard the sound alerts. Um, yeah, it has happened before where either just in a rush to get stream started, or I just completely forget to turn on, and then then it's not on. And I realized after a while that, oh wait, the multi-output device hasn't been turned on. Yeah, yeah. So that's a difference from Windows, because I know with Windows, because I have used that um, because I have used the PC laptop. You all know about the adventures I've had with the PC laptop, so I won't go through them again. But yeah, I do know that with Windows, it automatically captures the desktop sound, so that includes the sound alerts. Right, and this is that's either a bird or a plane, but since it's not completely clear, I'll just remove that, and then so you see, this is how you go about just removing dust spots. Yeah, I don't know how it is on PC. I'm sure it might be the same. What I'm doing to move this now, now in terms of zooming in, I'm not sure how you do it on PC because of course I've only done photo editing on a Mac. But if you're on a Mac, you hold down the Option key and use the scroll wheel on your mouse. Now, when moving it around, well, I still have my right hand on my mouse. I'm using the index finger and middle finger on the trackpad on my MacBook to move around the picture. And I don't know how it is on an iMac. Um, I've never edited photos on an iMac. Okay, there's a dust spot. I've never edited photos on an iMac, so I don't know how you move around the photo on an iMac. Maybe you have to use you have to do like what I do on one photo raw, which is you see how I'm grabbing the navigation box here and the navigation area and dragging it around. I think it would be similar on an iMac, maybe similar on a Windows machine, whether a desktop or a laptop. So laptop, maybe, and this is just my guess. I don't know. I've never edited photos uh, on a Windows laptop, but maybe it's the same thing where you use two fingers to move the image around like that. That's just my guess. Right, and oh, that dust spot there. Uh, oh yeah, that might be one. Get rid of it. Okay, oh yeah, that's one. As you can see, dust spots are pretty easy to find in an image. It's especially like, they're like in terms of dust spots, it's more in the sky of an image. Like if the image has a sky, like say this one, that's where you're more likely to find the dust spots. They're just like those little circle shadowy areas, and as you can see, that's all you have to do. I did actually show you the trick. Um, Last time in the last photo editing stream with street hockey photos, uh, with how you can do it in on one photo raw. Um, where yeah, you just use that dust spot was a preset that you can search on Google for. Uh, like there's a YouTube video and the guy talks about removing dust spots in on one photo raw and his preset. It's a free preset that he provides to make it easier to remove dust spots, and that way you don't have to do the extra step of taking it into either Photoshop or Affinity Photo. One thing about Serif, which is the company that makes Affinity Photo, um, once in a while they have a sale where you get 50% off the regular price. So and of course, and they do constant updates of the software. Uh, like they're always keeping the software up to date. So yeah, you buy it, and it's unlike Photoshop. You buy it once, and it's yours for the rest of however long you want to own it. But at the same time, like if you uninstall it, you can always download it and reinstall it, and you still have the software. It's not like Adobe where you have to subscribe and force to update even if you don't want to. I don't know if that's one, but still. Okay. Oh, just missed one. So you see, sometimes you have to go through these number of times in order to find some dust spots here. Okay, looks like I got them all. Now, we'll just export here. And then we choose the right place. Okay, and then we save that. Oh, like, what just happened here? That's the first time that ever happened with Affinity Photo. But anyway, all right. So now we can move on to the next image, and let's check it out. Yeah, we'll go to this one, and this was one of the vendors here. It looks like they're selling some handmade bowls here. And yeah, here we'll probably want to do a little bit of perspective. Now it is at an angle, so we don't have to, trying to do any horizontal one because I had taken this at an angle, but I don't think cropping is gonna work here, is it? No. Reset. Okay, so we'll do that. Oh, this is how you do it in on one photo raw. Hold on, first let's do a little bit of lens correction here. And this is how you do the perspective editing in on one photo raw. Do that with the sliders. Huh. Okay, maybe okay. Good. Well, anyway, that's how you do it. You do it with the sliders like that. You do it like that, and um, let's see if we can do an aspect ratio thing here. We do like that. Okay, and then crop. that. Right, and put that up there. And that up there. Okay, there we go. That a little more. That looks a little more right. As I said, I took it at an angle anyway, so there was no need to do horizontal. But oh, I went really vertical. Okay, and okay, yeah, that looks okay now. Wait, hold on. And like I said, sometimes there's a lot of back and forth that you have to do. Check. Let's see. Um, a little. Um. Uh, okay, so maybe that's just how it was because of the angle I took it at. Let's do that. Okay, we'll just straighten. Oh, okay. And of course it was taken at an angle, so yeah. Okay, that a little better because I did take these at an angle. Anyway, you saw how the transform works on one photo raw. Uh, there. All right, and this is what we do. Uh, yeah, we don't really want to do too much contrast here. Even though like there's all these items for sale. So turn on the highlights there, midtones, shadows, that down, turn that down a little bit. Right, we don't want to get too much detail, even though or like these items here, because again, like I had said at the beginning and also throughout the stream, you're editing event photos. You're not trying to get like tons of detail out of it. Want to do basic editing if there's extra stuff that's needed. Maybe if depending on what it is, but otherwise, you don't have to do too much. Right, so we'll do that, right, and we'll export that, and export that. Because yeah, you're not trying to make it super crunchy or super detailed or anything like that with an event photo. Like if it's a regular event photo, but if it's like, for instance, the classic cars or yeah, the food trucks or stuff like that, then definitely want to try and get as much detail as you can out of it. So, oh, looks like it's supposed to rain. Today, it's been a while since it's rained here. Like yeah, we've had thunderstorms. We've had some thunder. Okay, yeah, that looks okay. That I think is straight, but we'll just see. Okay, see how that looks. Yeah, it was at an angle, so I think that's okay. Actually, we don't have to that. So we'll just oh, wait. Want to make sure that there's no fringing here. Okay, so there and there. Right, so now we just do this. Get more out of it from raising the midtones, especially the shadows here. That. Do like that. Okay, and then we do the daylight filter here. We don't really need shade, because daylight will just fine here because it was already a bright sunny day. Right, and that's all we need there. Yeah, as I said, that when it comes on to event photos, unless like it's first the classic car show or food trucks or something like that, yeah, you don't have to try and get as much detail out of it, out of the photos. You can Oh, okay, so this is when the shadows and the ISO 250. Yeah, because yeah, there's some buildings on street in Marda Loop where then you're in the shade there. Right, so yeah, I think this will need a little bit of straightening. I think, yeah. Oh, that might be a little, might have made it a little crooked that way. Okay. And here. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay, now we'll check it out. Well, maybe. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit there. Right, and then we'll do that. Do that there. And don't need too much contrast there. So we'll do that. Okay, now we'll bring out, see, with all those shadows, you see all the detail that came out there. Bring that and that up a bit more. Do that. That. Did I remember to do that on the other one? Let me just check. And and I have mentioned this before, yeah, sometimes there's a lot of back and forth. Yeah, sometimes there is a lot of back and forth, especially if I forgot to do something in another image and it does look like I forgot, so export that again. And with some of these vendors, some of them had long lineups. I know there was this Village ice cream vendor, and I don't know if it was free or not. You know, people had to spin a wheel, see what they would get, and yeah, I remember there was a very long lineup for that. So that and then that a little there and a little bit there. Yeah, and I also actually mentioned this with the Glow Festival photos that yeah, you don't have to, do a lot of editing, like try to get detail out of event photos. Uh, yeah, all the time. Like it depends on what it is in the event you're trying to get the detail out of, but most times with events, and also mentioned this during the photo editing stream of the street hockey tournament. With sports, for the most part, you don't have to uh, get a lot of detail out of the sports. Excuse me, out of the sports photos. So yeah, you don't have to, do like that lot of editing with it. But like for instance, you saw with the classic car show photos, because I was trying to get detail out of it. You saw how I did the editing to ensure I could get the detail out of those photos, or the detail out of those cars especially. Um, so this was one of the street performers at the street festival last Sunday. Um, Hey, Chamber, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. The stream's going well. Yeah, we've making good progress through the photos. So yeah, so far I got through. I think it was 19 of the photos so far. So yeah, it's coming along nicely. Yeah, things are going well. How's your day going? Right, so as you can see, that was again. I think I had one. Wait, yeah, 1/400th as well, and I think I had forgotten to. Uh, wait, I set this to AFS, which is single point autofocus. I don't know if I set it to continuous autofocus mode. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hopefully the car fixing goes well. Yeah, with yeah, it does take a while with learning how to use photo editing software. This one that I'm using is on one Photo Raw. It's a Lightroom alternative. I also use DxO Photo Lab. And oh, and everybody, yeah, I mentioned all the other like the photo editing software that I use. You notice I went into Color Effects Pro. That's part of the Nick collection. Like you see all of these, and then there's these two as well. That's all part of the Nick collection. Most of the time when I go into the Nick collection, it's Color Effects Pro because that's a lot of the filters that I'm looking for. Analog Effects Pro, that I believe it kind of gives you the effects from old cameras. Define, I believe, is noise reduction software, but like if you have the Pixel Photo Lab on a Photo Raw, that kind of software, that will handle the noise reduction. HDR Effects Pro is pretty self-explanatory. It gives you the HDR effects, but if you have a dedicated HDR software, you don't really need that. Silver Effects Pro is if you want to do black and white editing. These two are sharpening tools in the Nick collection. That's if you want to add sharpening, but if again you have a dedicated photo editing software, okay, perspective effects. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's thanks. Yeah, that's. Oh, okay. For video editing, you got something there. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, like with the photo editing software, like I do Google searches, so that's how I'm able to find Adobe alternatives. Viveza, I'm not 100% sure as to what it does. I think it just like Color Effects Pro, you have all these different filters as you saw. I think this is just like at the color level or something like that. It does some basic editing. Perspective effects is basically the perspective editing that you saw me do already. So yeah, if you don't have the perspective editing built into your software, that is definitely what you want to. And you have to do perspective editing. That is what you want to definitely send your photos to. So okay, we have uh, yeah. This is another dancer that was along the street there at Marda Loop here. So we do that. We have to, well, maybe we do have to do a little bit or some. Let's do that. Actually, there is a like for those of you who for everybody who's wanting to just get started and learning how to edit photos, there is a free one. There are some free ones that are in the Apple or the Mac App Store for sure. Don't know if there's any free software in the Windows Store, but I do know that there is a free was it Photoshop alternative. If you want to just get started in learning that type of thing before you buy any software, it's called GIMP. Um, and some people like it, some people don't. I'm one of those who didn't really like it. That's why then I looked at paid software, and yeah, and yeah, and all these alternatives, like with the Nick collection, you can use it even in Adobe software. Um, well, yeah, like I said, some people like it, some people don't. Affinity Photo, like that, definitely is a lot more powerful than GIMP. It does a lot more, and it is available for both Mac and Windows. It is pretty cheap when you compare it to Adobe Photoshop. It's $70 Canadian when it's not on sale, but when it is on sale, it's 35 Canadian. So, yeah, that's a pretty good deal there. Of course, well, they haven't released any newer HDRs in a while, Skylum, but I think the newest that they have is Aurora HDR 2019, but you can find some pretty deep HDR, dedicated HDR software on the internet. Net Collection, if you bundle it with the DxO Photo Lab, you can get a pretty good deal, especially if it's on sale. Um, on one photo raw again. You want to get it on sale, but yeah, you can get a pretty good deal when you get it on sale, and then you can um, use somebody's promo code if they have it to get a little extra off. I remember I used it was Jim Nix's promo code to get a little bit extra off. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, but the good thing about all that is then you don't have to worry about the subscription, like you do with Adobe. You own it, and yeah, that's it. You can use it for as long as you want. And even if you uninstall it, you can then reinstall it or use it on a. And yeah, some of these software companies do allow you to install on depending on the version, like 3 to 5 computers. So yeah, you can. That so that's even better. All right, so well, you don't really have to increase the exposure that much, just a little bit. Don't have to do any contrast here. Right, yeah, we turn down the highlights there. A little bit with the midtones here. Shadows here. On that slider a little bit. And yeah, turn on that slider. Oh, thank you, Chambered. Oh, Kensington, Princess Island Park, and Eau Claire. Oh, actually, Eau Claire. Yeah, I was there at the like when I had gone to downtown that Sunday there, and I walked from Festival to Petapalooza, which was at Eau Claire. Yeah, it's definitely a lot different uh, when yeah, there's an event going on, and because the area around Eau Claire is so small and so narrow, so it's a lot different there when there's an event going on. It's been a while since I've been to Princess Island Park and Kensington. Whenever I usually drive through there and not walk out over there. All right, so let's do that with the structure there, and the haze a little bit there. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I know 17th Avenue has a lot of has a lot of stuff going on there throughout the year, even in the winter. Um, yeah, I think the last time I was there was actually when I had when I had gone to Lilac Festival 3 years ago, and was part of that group. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That yeah, I didn't get the yeah, the photos didn't work, and yeah, that was a mistake to go with a group. That because there were a lot of good things that I could have taken pictures of, but yeah, the group didn't want it, and the pictures I did get didn't work. Yeah, yeah. And unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate this year for Lilac Festival. Oh, Well, yeah, daylight can work there, but yeah, also shade can work here for the white balance. All right, and oh, okay, so there is some fringing here, which, so as I mentioned, fringing can have, yeah, so I've mentioned that fringing can happen when you're in the shade or in the clouds and all that, even though not in the bright sunlight. Here's an example of that. So let's see if we can remove that. Um, can remove that there. Great. Go up here and just see if so it doesn't remove it all the way. So all right, what we'll do is we'll go into the DxO Photo Lab here and see if we can find that photo here. Here it is. So yeah, as I mentioned, fringing can happen even in the like in the shade and clouds, even though there's no sunlight there. And see, here it gets completely removed. Okay, so we want to do that. Yeah, let's get rid of the more here as well. Okay, so that does look straight, so we'll just do that. We'll do that, that. And as you saw, there can still be atmospheric haze even in the shade there. And as you can see, this did a better job of moving that chromatic aberration there. So, right. All right. Here's what happens when you. Oh, wait, let's see something. Oh, okay. So that's why it's already we're pretty close to shade level for the white balance there. We don't really have to do too much with the. Oh yeah, I don't know if I don't know if you mentioned that, but yeah, I remember when I had first started learning how to take photos, it was with film cameras as well. Like I'd use my dad's old film camera. I had my own 110 millimeter film camera that had Michelangelo showing up in the picture in the bottom right hand corner. Um, and so yeah, that's how I learned it. And then me and my brother got my parents' point and shoot camera for their anniversary 15 years ago. And then when I volunteered at that soccer league, I asked my dad if I can use it to take photos. He said okay. And yeah, I'd gotten the DSLR, my first DSLR 10 years ago. So yeah, it can take time before you finally get to the DSLR or mirrorless camera just because of how expensive it is. But yeah, but it's definitely a lot different when you go from a point and shoot to a DSLR just because of how many more features there are. Definitely it was nice of my dad to let me use the point and shoot, take photos at that like when I was doing the blogging for that soccer league. So we will turn down the highlights there, then do that with the midtones, that with the shadows there. Uh, with blacks there, right? And then, yeah, we don't have to do anything else with that. That's already pretty good with the clear view with the haze removal there. Okay, so turn on the contrast. Ain't too much there. Then vibrancy there. And the saturation, and we don't have to do too much. Uh, Actually, does this really? really need anything else, does it? We'll just export that to the disk. To JPEG there. Oh, Christy, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. Guess we'll go here. Make sure we choose the right folder here. And just make sure that we... Okay, I just had to make sure that it's been a while since I've exported to the disk straight from here. Eh. Okay, yeah, so there's okay, so it's just working on exporting here. And when I upgraded this MacBook to SSD and 16 gigabytes of RAM, it used to like before it had only 4 gigabytes of RAM and an HDD and like I had other software and all that, but it would take a while for all the photos to get processed and to be exported and all that. But after exporting the image, or not after exporting the image, but yeah, I don't know because I do know with 16, like with this one, 16 gigs of RAM and an SSD, it's a lot faster. But uh, like before, this used to have 4 gigabytes of RAM and an HDD, and yeah, exporting the images to oh yeah, definitely the SSD makes a difference because before with just the 4 gigabytes of RAM and and uh, and an HDD, yeah, it took forever. Like it was with different software, of course, but it would take forever to export the images to disk. And then after I got this upgrade to the SSD and 16 gigabytes of RAM, it was a lot faster. Like, I won't say lightning fast, but it definitely was a lot faster. Saved a lot of time with exporting. Um, so yeah, definitely an SSD and 16 gigabytes of RAM makes a whole lot of difference. Wait. Let's reset that and just check to see if I need to. Let me see if I can get rid of the fringing here first. Before I. See if I can get rid of that fringing first. Or. Let's see if I can get rid of the fringing. Nope, that purple fringing doesn't seem to completely go away, so we'll have to. Okay. Just reset everything here. And then we'll do it again in DxO Photo Lab, the next one. Yeah, this is a MacBook, a 2012 MacBook Pro. So it has like an Intel Core 2 Duo, I believe, and Intel HD Graphics 4000. Um, yeah, but it still runs really well and does a really good job with streaming, and it does a good job with editing photos. Um, but yeah, with 8 gigabytes of RAM, it might get a little slow. Yeah, 16 definitely makes a huge difference when it comes out, especially with editing photos and even with streaming, it can make a difference. All right, so let's just check to make sure. Yep, that got rid of all that. I got rid of all that chromatic aberration. Yeah, and definitely, like I said, the SSD, that, because of how fast it is, yeah, that makes a huge difference there. I mean, this computer still runs like new, even now. It's all because of just. No, not that. Okay, there. color there. So first we'll just straighten this out. Oh, okay, that's a little more crooked that way, and that's not what I want to do. Okay. Right, so we're just, yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit of patience just waiting for that to straighten out, but it does look pretty straight there. And then, okay, so we'll raise the exposure just a bit. Then turn on the highlights there. Got the midtones there. Shadows there. And then, oh, that makes it a little too dark there. Yeah, yeah, I will probably want to do a sunlight filter so that way we can get that a little bit more bright. So we'll have to send it into net collection there. Okay. Ooh. A little bit of contrast there, but not too much. Right, so now we'll saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Send it into Color Effects Pro. Right, and yeah, we just have to wait for it to process there. And it'll get sent into net collection there. Alright. Yeah, because we'll definitely want to try and add a little extra brightness there. And yeah, we don't have to really do a polarizing filter because, yeah, there's no sky showing up. Right, so yeah, we don't have to do the polarization here, but see if a sunlight filter works. The skylight, maybe a skylight filter. Let's see. Oh, sunlight filter works a little better. Yeah, it's not really a Mardi Gras photos. This was last Sunday. There was a street festival in Marda Loop. They called it Marda Gras. So yeah, there's nothing associated with Mardi Gras stuff. Let's see if we can bring it up a little bit. Yeah, yeah, that was just the name of the street festival that they chose. But yeah, it was over in Marda Loop. Guess we'll do that with the contrast. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I found out about this event on the All Events app. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So I found out about this event on the All Events app. So I was able to hold on. See, wait, hold on. First, save that image, and then we can just, brighten it up as much as we could. Yeah, and yeah, that all events app is really useful. You can find out about a lot of things going on, like wherever you are. It's not just in Calgary. Like there's like you can find out about events in any place, yeah, that you're going to, and yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't know about this. I think until 2019, maybe this app. So and yeah, it's been very useful. Right, so we'll. Oh, okay, that's the one. Okay, so we'll do that. Well, that app, yeah, it has proven to be very useful because, yeah, that's how I also found out about the street hockey tournament. Yeah, that play on street hockey tournament, and yeah, I remember in one of the games, yeah, the ball flew so high that it landed in somebody's plants, and then in another game, guy tried to act like an enforcer, like Sandy McCarthy type of enforcer, and yeah, he nearly goaded a guy into a fight. And yeah, the ref got in the way there and prevented the fight from happening. But yeah, that was interesting to see somebody acting like an enforcer there. Like, yeah, you wouldn't expect somebody to act like an enforcer at something that is fun like that. But yeah, it still happened. All right, and yeah, yeah. Thanks. Really appreciate that. Yeah, that was a fun. Yeah, that was a fun tournament to go to. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, I mean, even I was surprised. Like, what the hell is this guy acting like Sandy McCarthy? I mean, wait, some people do take these events very seriously. Yeah, I know, and I remember like what was it, a couple of weeks ago, I think. Yeah, I saw a commercial for the Play On a series of events or a Play On series of tournaments, and it turns out it's going on across the country. I think it goes on through September sometime, mid September or something like that. Okay, so we'll get rid of fringing here. All right, and that's yeah, that was one of the food trucks that was at the street festival there. It looks like okay, it might have been I don't know. Well, looks like that was the menu there. Um, Now this one, we do want to try and get some detail out of it. Yeah, as you can see, there's some haze there, and yeah, that's mainly because yeah, there's forest fires over in British Columbia, and yeah, the smoke has drifted all the way over here. Um, at least it's not as bad as last year. All the smoke that's drifted over. I remember last summer, hot and smoky. Yeah, it. A little extra contrast. We'll be adding more detail anyway. Uh, I'll go there. That. That. That down. Yeah. Yeah, I remember how smoky it was. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, but yeah, it was really yeah, it was really smoky last summer. Oh, and like yeah, I wasn't able to go out to take photos for quite some time just because of all that smoke. It wasn't until close to mid August that I was finally able to get some photos. I actually doing and actually did a photo editing stream last year. What was it, August 15th? Yeah, that was the second one. That was the Fish Creek Park photos. Well, one set of the Fish Creek Park photos that I'd taken, and yeah. So yeah, this is how you if you want to add extra detail, you can do dynamic contrast in here, and you want to try and get the detail out of that food truck here, and add a little more detail here by using that slider here and the clarity slider here. And yeah, that's the detail you can get out uh, of a car or a truck or something like that. All right, so I think this area of the street festival, yeah, there were various types of food trucks around there. Yeah, this is a burger food truck. It looks like. Oh, so here's a burger food truck there. Let me just check to see if there's any fringing. Yeah, there is. So see if we can get rid of that. Okay, yeah, we did get rid of quite a bit of the fringing, as you can see. Um, yeah, there's the food truck there. Oh, yeah. The Yeah, definitely. You could get some of these photos out of the point shooting. It's a good way to learn about photography. Yeah, like I said, I'd use a point shoot. It took a while before I then got a DSLR. Uh, yeah, if yeah, eventually you're able to save up the money. You'll be able to get a DSLR or mirrorless camera because so we'll do that with the contrast there. And then we'll do some like that with the highlights, that with the midtones, shadows there, that, and do that there. And some of these food trucks actually had uh, had long lineups, and some of them didn't have very long lineups. So there's the saturation there. Yeah, we can increase a little bit. Oh, Jaybird, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. And there's the vibrance. Okay, maybe we can turn it down just a little bit. Might be a little too much. Down there. The main reason why I turned it down is because of these flags. They ended up looking a little more saturated than I would have liked. So we'll see how it goes with trying to get the detail out of it. Trying to get the detail out of this food truck there. Okay, that worked nicely. Right, and now let's see if we can add some extra detail there. And add a little extra detail. Yeah, that worked out a lot better than adding in than adding extra saturation. But yeah, last summer, there was so much smoke. I mean, yeah, like even being outside, yeah, you didn't have to wear a mask, but yeah, just because of how bad the smoke was, it might have been a good idea to wear the mask. Right, so that. Had to straighten out the food truck there. No, no, I didn't eat for the food trucks. I just took the pictures of the food trucks. Um, yeah, yeah, I didn't order anything for the food trucks. I wasn't hungry at the time, so yeah. I did take a while to drive there, but yeah, I wasn't hungry at the time, so that's why I didn't order anything from any of these food trucks here. But yeah, but I do know that there were some that had long lineups, some that didn't have long lineups. Oh, okay. I know that yeah, ever since they were allowed to operate here. Oh, the Eau Claire area. Okay, yeah. I do remember at Petapalooza there were some food trucks there. Got a picture of them. Yeah, I haven't ordered anything from a food truck before, so I don't know how. Let me just check to make sure that there's no fringing there. Okay, I think I better do that. Get rid of the fringing here, and do that. You know what? Hold on. Just reset all that. Let's reset that as well, and you'll just see for a second why I'm resetting everything because Sky again, and since the fringe removal did work, I can show you how what I was talking about with regards to um, removal of these dust spots here. Let's go in here. So as you can see, that's that preset I was talking about, where yeah, I did a Google search on how to remove dust spots in on one photo raw, and I came across this video on YouTube, and the guy also left a link for this free preset to remove dust spots on one photo raw. So it's pretty much like this. Like he takes it to extreme levels, as you can see. Then you just remove the dust spots like that. Okay, so want to see if maybe this will work. In case you're wondering how I'm, yeah, it definitely is interesting. But yeah, in case all of you are wondering how I'm able to reduce and increase the size of the circle, it's the two bracket keys that are beside the P key on the keyboard. So that's simply how you remove the or increase and decrease the size of that circle there. See if that works. Nope, that didn't work. So if we need to do the retouch brush there. Okay. Right. It does sometimes take a few tries before you are finally able to get it there. Sometimes it takes some tries before finally you can get rid of these dust spots. Sometimes they can be a little stubborn. Yeah, I heard about Sled Island. I didn't go there this year. Let's. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see. Uh, wait. I forgot that this is. Okay, I forgot. Hold on. Let me just check something. I just check something here. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't need to do the dust spot removal there. Okay, and then. Okay, we'll see if dust spot here. Okay, so there's no dust spot there. Oh, there it is. There's a couple of dust spots there, and you remove it like that, and it works out properly. Yes, I think it did. Just check and see if it did. Yes, it did. Okay. Then, okay, there. And then, let me just check up here. Okay, nothing there. Okay. And yeah, that might be one here. So we'll just move that. Okay. Oh, there it is. Disappearing on me, that dust spot. So as you can see, the dust spot removal can take some time to do, just because, especially if you don't if there are a lot to deal with or a lot to show up. I got rid of all of them. Okay, so now here and yeah, I'll view that. Right, and now we do a and that, again, I'd used Command 0 there. So what we do is we reset that, then we take out that, and it's back to normal there. Oh, alright, and now, yeah, I think we'll have to somehow remove that, so we might, we'll have to, I can do, might have been my lens hood getting in the way there. Oh, that didn't work. Actually, I do have, yeah. Once I be able to get back on a PC, definitely, I would like to play some Stardew with some people. It's a little more limited on a MacBook, so yeah, that's why I haven't done anything. Let's just go here. And yeah, actually, like I don't have an Etsy, but I do have a website where I sell prints and digital downloads. Uh, it's the second. It's the second website, the Pixie Set website, where I sell prints and digital downloads of my photos. Okay, let's see if I can that to properly work out there. Um, yeah, yeah. And the good thing is, like that one is free. Someday, I hope I can get an e-commerce website and be able to add photo products. So it's an all-in-one website. What? You know what? Let me see if. Let's go view here and that, and yeah, I think we'll just have to crop that out. So to crop it out there. All right, there, and yeah, we're able to get rid of that thing finally at the corner there. Must have been due to the lens hood. Yeah, that's the thing. The thing you have to watch out for with lens hoods is, yeah, sometimes they can get out of position. I know with that Sigma lens hood, it's a pedal hood, but sometimes it can get a little loose like that. All right, so actually turn down the exposure a little bit. A little more with the contrast there. Turn on those highlights there. You do that with the midtones. Do that with the shadows there. Do that. And add a little extra structure here. Add a little haze removal there. Right, so you know, want to do in daylight there. Add a little extra, add some saturation there. Add some vibrance there. Right now we'll do dynamic contrast to add a little extra detail. That. Right, and then we'll add the tone enhancer so that we can add a little extra detail there. And add some clarity there. Alright, and right, so we'll export it now. And now we just let it process and export there, and then we can move on to the next image. Alright, and looks like this had, what was it, fish and chips, some tacos there, this food truck here. Let me just check something. Oh, okay, that was a shadow. Let me just see. And first of all, wait, hold on, that other one, did I remember to do the lens correction? I better check that. Yeah, I don't think I did. So, yeah, so, yeah, that's something you have to remember when you are doing these, when you're using that preset, that, yeah, you remember to put it back with the camera that you're using. Then, it's like, wait, did I remember to do that? So, I have mentioned this before, but sometimes, yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. Alright, so, so, get rid of this other one. Oh, yeah, that's not quite what I wanted to do. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. Right now we have that one. So now we go with this one, and again, before we do any impression. Let's get rid of those dust spots again. Go in here. Okay. Like that, and start doing the retouching here again. And like I don't know, I can't remember what the I don't remember what the guy's name was. Who who was offering this preset for removing the dust spots for free from that YouTube video. But you can probably find it through just a regular Google search. Right, here's another one. Right, and then oh, there's another one there. And then okay, we better just check to see. Yeah, let's see if we can find the other dust spots around here. Now this preset definitely made it a lot easier. Like when I am editing in on One Photo Raw, it does make it a lot easier to be able to get rid of all those dust spots just because then you don't have it. It's just one less program you have to open. I have no issues with using Infinity Photo, but if I can avoid having to open up that program to remove the dust spots, it's one less program I have to open up. Okay, and let's just check and see. Make sure that there aren't any dust spots around here. Okay, doesn't look like there are any. Right, and looks like that's it for the dust spots, from what I can see. So, so we get rid of this thing here, and so the tone and color. Now, we'll do that. That. And then that. Okay, and then okay, it's okay. Now we can get on with let's well, it's already pretty bright, so let's turn on the exposure a little bit. Okay, Chambered. Hopefully the fixing, the car fixing goes well. Thank you again for coming in. Thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. All right, so we'll do the contrast there. We'll turn down the highlights there, and yeah, you're welcome. All right, so we'll move up the midtones there, move up the shadows there. Okay, we'll turn that down, and then we'll turn that down. Okay, and then we'll do that. And the haze just a little bit. Right now it's daylight, so yeah, we don't want to make it too warm. So we'll do a little saturation, a little vibrance there, and we'll do that, and we'll add the detail here. Okay, and then we'll add in extra tone here, or not extra tone, but extra detail here, like that, and then add in a little extra clarity. And all right, so now we'll export that, and we'll export that. Okay, so we'll go to the next food truck here, and oh, it was an ice cream food truck. Okay. Alright, and let's just first check to see if there's any fringing there. There probably is. I do see some, but the first thing we'll want to do is drop that a bit, so that way we can straighten it out. Alright, and then we'll again find some dust spots, and I can already see some there. Yeah, they were already very visible. We'll do that. We'll first remove the dust spots. Again, we'll do it like that there. Then, and we'll move. Oh, okay, there's another one there. Right, and so you see how this preset really helps out a lot in terms of trying to move these dust spots here. There's another one there, it looks like. Oh, well, that didn't work. Alright, so that. And then we'll just maybe shrinking it down will help. Oh, it did not. It was very interesting. If using this will work. Oh, only use that big. Then try that. Nope, that didn't work either. Alright, so sometimes it takes a little trial and error to figure out what you're supposed to do. When it comes down to removing the dust spots, sometimes it takes a little bit of trial and error. Well, that didn't work. See if maybe using a clone stamp tool could work. That and put it there. Nope, that didn't work. That just created a different type of dust spot. Okay, see if maybe that works. Not quite. We're getting there. And you can see how the clone stamp tool also works. This is the case even in Affinity Photo, Photoshop. This is also the case in. No, that just makes it a bigger dust spot. That could work. That work? Yeah, okay. Right, well, as you can see, the clone stamp tool works the same no matter what software you're using. Whether it's Photoshop, Affinity Photo, DxO Photo Lab also it's like that. So that's how any clone stamp tool works. You just select an area and see if it works. You just select the area that you want, and then on the Mac I use the Option key. And then you just click there and hope that it works. Okay, so we'll see if that works. Oh, we got a follow! Alright. Hey, Nathan, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Oh, and thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. Drums in the club. Bam, bam, bam. Drums in the club. And also, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that as well. Hope your day's going well. Right, so we're gonna have to undo that. So as you can see, dust spot removal, sometimes it takes a little longer than you would like, just because of all the trial and error you have to do. Ooh, that didn't quite work out the way I wanted. Well, that's good to hear your day went well. So as you can see, okay, here I think I'll probably want to do a clone stamp filter here. What picture is this? This is an ice cream food truck that I'm on right now. But because of the sky and the dust spots, I'm first trying to remove some of these dust spots here. And okay, that's not quite what I want. I think this is what I want. Let's see. Oh, oh, and thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. I think that's a dust spot. It is. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. Uh, yeah, yeah, what I'm doing right now is just dust spot removal here. So, in the sky, because those dust spots can be very distracting in a picture, no matter what it is of. Yeah. So, all right, I think we got rid of that dust spot there. So, and again, the clone stamp sometimes is needed there as well. Um, okay. Let's see. Any other dust spots that need to be removed? I don't see any others. Okay, so we'll just now go on to the photo here. First, we do that, and then we do that, and yeah, there's the ice cream truck there. Um, and in case anybody's wondering if I had eaten any of the food from the food trucks, no, yeah, I wasn't hungry at the time, so I didn't have anything. Yeah, I did get a lot of pictures of the food trucks there. Right, so now we get on to the editing of it. But as you saw, the dust spot will sometimes can take a while, just because yeah, they can be a little tricky at times, where they can be located in a few tricky areas. Okay, so let's just make sure that that fringing is okay. There we go. So, yeah, that should be enough for exposure there. And we do that with the contrast on the highlights. Okay, do that with the midtones, that with the shadows, that with that, and yeah, do that with that. Okay, yeah, so we want some detail out of it. We don't really have to go that haywire with haze removal there. That's enough there. Alright, now it's already pretty saturated, so we don't really have to go too much with it. Now we'll try and get a little extra detail. Where did I take these photos? It was last Sunday. I was in this area of Calgary called Marda Loop, and there was a street festival happening there. So yeah, there were all these food trucks and vendors and um, all these tents. There were some performers over there. So yeah, it was a really fun. It was a really fun time last Sunday when I went there. Yeah, 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 it was definitely a fun time. I actually found out about this event through the All Events app, so yeah, so I checked it out, and yeah, I got a lot of photos here. Okay, so yeah, that's enough detail to get out of it. So um, we'll export that. All right. So I think something blue one. Yep. So this is another food truck that was there. Um, and yeah, looks like it was a variety food truck. I guess the first thing they had there was dumplings. right, and straighten it out there, like that. Okay, so let me just check to see. There is a little bit of chromatic aberration there. All right, so we'll do that, but first let's remove these dust spots. I can already see a couple there, so first we use that retouch. So as you can see, yeah, even at events that the sky is showing, you have to remove those dust spots. There's another one there, right, and then okay, and then oh, there's another one there. I just saw it pop up like that. So yeah, the dust spot removal is what takes the longest, just because, especially if there's a lot that are showing, you have to really sweep across the entire photo, or at least the sky part of the photo. And if they show up like this, you have to remove them all, right? And get that one removed. Okay, then. And for everybody who's new to my photo editing streams, software that I'm using right now is On One Photo Raw. I also use the XO Photo Lab here. Sometimes, well, mostly Color Effects Pro I use for the if especially if I'm editing in the XO Photo Lab, then I send it to Color Effects Pro. I use Affinity Photo here. The CXO Viewpoint, it's actually, well, it's a standalone software, but it's also a bolt-on for Photo Lab. It allows you to do perspective editing. But like these pieces of software, all of this, all these software here, those are part of the Nick collection. They're basically, well, they're standalone software, but they're more plugins for photo editing software. I have used Lens Flare Studio when I want to add a little bit of a lens flare if the sun is showing. And if there's an HDR image that I want to make, and it's mostly with nature and street photos, I have Aurora HDR here. Um, and yeah, this preset that I'm using is just a dust spot. Well, it's a preset that allows you to find dust spots. And then, as you can see, I'm just removing it by using this retouch tool in On One Photo Raw. Yeah, I was just doing a Google search for how to remove dust spots in On One Photo Raw, and a YouTube video came up, and the guy who made the YouTube video had a link where he was giving where he had this preset available for free for download. I was just showing how to use it. Oh, there's another one there. Okay. And oh, I just saw another one over there. Okay. Do that. And then do this. The dust spots you want to remove, especially if the photo has a clear sky, because yeah, they can get pretty distracting otherwise. If an image, like, let's say you have a really nice image of a nice landscape, and also there's all these dust spots on there, it can distract from the actual thing that you're taking a photo of. Um, oh, so a couple more dust spots there. And it does take a little bit of time to remove these dust spots, but it's definitely worth it. Uh, okay, so that, and um, I think I got them all. Okay, so now, alright, so I guess we have to go into view mode. And in case you're wondering how I was able to quickly get out of that mode, or I was, oh, thank you, I really appreciate it. Yeah, my photo editing streams are actually pretty popular from what I found. Like the first one I did was last July, and it was pictures I had taken at Confederation Park in Calgary, and yeah, that got a lot of people interested. A lot of people came by to check it out, and then last year August. Did my second one when I went and I had some photos from Fish Creek Park, and again, a lot of people came in, uh, and then the third one was then all photos I had taken at where was it? Bonus Park, yeah, Bonus Park. Fall photos, and yeah, a lot of so a lot of people had come by. So yeah, and then I did fall photos at Carbon Park and Sue Higgins Park, and yeah, that was also yeah. So the photo editing streams are actually pretty popular. Whoa, Playful Light, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I see you were playing Minecraft. How did it go? Welcome in, everybody. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Ashad Mukadam, also known as the Fantastic One. I play sports, simulation, and strategy games. I play adventure games of interest to me, Mario and Sonic games. Sometimes I do chatting streams, and sometimes I do photo editing streams. And speaking of photo editing streams, today it's my 8th photo editing stream, third one of the summer. And yeah, I'm editing photos I took last Sunday at the street festival I went to in the Marda Loop area of Calgary. It was called Marda Gras. Yeah, I'm just working on a photo here of a food truck that was there. Thank you again for the raid, Playful Light, and welcome in, everybody. Alright, so it looks like I did get rid of all the dust spots there. Don't see any others. Alright, yep, it does look like all the dust spots are gone. Right, and yeah, in case for those of you who are wondering how I was able to get to the full photo image there, I just did well, it's on a MacBook here, and on the Mac, to get back to the main image of the photo, you do Command 0, and on Windows it's Control 0, so yeah, on the Macs, the Command key is equivalent to the Control key. There is a Control key on these Mac keyboards, but I have not been able to figure out what it's about. So we'll get rid of that, and we'll make sure I'll make sure I set the right lens here, so the corrections can be made. And as you can see, it got rid of some distortion. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good to hear that your stream went well. And okay, so we're going with Mechanic Chaos. Okay, yeah, I'll be sure to wish him a happy birthday then in Discord. All right, so we'll get rid of the fringing here. Right, and then I think that should get rid of all of it. Yep, it did. Right, so now we'll. Okay, you enjoy your evening, Playful Light. You two have fun. All right, so get the exposure up a little bit. No, we don't want to remove the contrast there. We want to turn down those highlights. Tones we increase. Okay, thank you, Playful Light. Thank you again for the raid. Right, so we'll turn that slider down. And no, we want to turn that a little bit down like that. Okay, add a little detail there. And turn down that. And then it's pretty saturated, so we don't want to We don't want to go too far with the saturation there. Oh, Mechanic Chaos, hey, happy birthday! Hope the rest of your day goes well. And and thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Right, so oh, you're very welcome. Oh, and thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we'll add a little detail here, and yeah, this dynamic. In case you're wondering about why I'm adding detail with the dynamic contrast, why I'm adding the detail using this dynamic contrast slider. That's the one that actually adds the extra detail, and I'll just go all the way and do it to the extreme just to show you, and you see how much extra detail there is when you go all the way to the extremes. Yeah, you don't have to do that when you're adding detail like that. You can turn it down like just that much, and then as you can see, yeah, you just have to make it a little bit more subtle like that. There's the detail, there's a little extra clarity, and yeah, we can export that. So like I said, so it's like I said, it depends, like in terms of detail, it depends on what it is you're trying to get the detail of. I think I also did this with those photos from the Glow Festival. Yeah, yeah, those photos from the Glow Festival where I added some detail of from those displays wherever I could. And yeah, here's another food truck here. And it looks like, well, yeah, from the top you can see what kind of stuff they were selling. Eh, well, let me just check something here before. Uh, yeah, so it does. Okay, so I'll again do the dust spots first. Yeah, this is pretty as straight as I think it'll get. And there was, I already saw the dust spot up there. So we'll get rid of that dust spot here. And there's another dust spot there that we can get rid of. Okay, and now... Okay, there's another one there. So first we'll dust that so that way we are properly getting rid of these dust spots here. And there's another one. Right, and then... Oh. Okay, so this might... Hold on, let's see what I can do first. Yeah, if we have to use a clone stamp tool, we'll... Clone stamp tool, yeah. Probably have to do that. So, as you can see, once again, we choose an area. See if that works. Okay. That looks like that worked pretty well. I think that's another dust spot there, so we'll get rid of that. Alright, and let me just see if we can do something about that. Well, that did a pretty good job there. Okay, okay. And then there's another dust spot here. Oh, well, that didn't work. Alright, yeah, as you can see, sometimes when removing the dust spots, you have to go over it a few times before you get exactly what you're looking for. Okay. Then, see what else we have here. Oh, I think I just saw one. Yeah, there's another dust spot. And oh, there's another one there. Just saw another one here. Come on. Come on. Oh. Let's see if we have to go over that again. Okay, and another one here. Okay, and there's another one here. Right? As you can see, it does require a lot of patience to get rid of these dust spots, just because you have to make sure that there aren't any left. Because again, as I have mentioned before, these dust spots are can distract from the actual image. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be of landscapes or streets of some. Okay, Nathan, thank you again for the bits and for the host. I really appreciate it, and also the follow. You have a good night and you sleep well. And thank you for the lurk as well. I really appreciate that. Right, and oh, yep, there's a couple more I just saw. So as you can see, all the it's very important to just take your time, get rid of all the dust spots, make sure that there aren't any. Because yeah, especially this is especially true when you're trying to print your photos. Doesn't matter if it's printed on a laser printer, a regular inkjet, a special photo printer. Those dust spots end up being very visible. Let me just see. Let's see what I right, and then here, right, and then and let's check. Oh, I think that's another one there. Okay, and take one more look around. Try I didn't miss any. Oh, well, there's three right here. And then one, two. I think I saw a third one around here. Right, and then right, and then there's another one here. Yeah, as you can see, do want to take your time just to make sure that you get rid of all the dust spots, no matter what method you use for dust spot removal. I don't know if that is one, but just to be safe. As you can see, it's a lot easier with this preset here that that guy with the YouTube video provided compared to looking at a sky. Because sometimes with the sky, as you saw, um, those dust spots can actually be pretty easily missed. Well, it might be one, but not sure. Wait, that was the one I think I used the clone stamp tool on. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, so now we can get onto the edits of this photo here. Right, and then what I'll do is I'll take out that thing there, this thing here, and make sure that we have the correct lens selected. Because in there. Now, you will notice that the lens that my lens is f2.8 here. The reason why you want f2.8, that's the aperture, the maximum aperture that it'll have. Like with f2.8, f1.8, f1.4, I have seen some mirrorless lenses that gone to like f1.2, 1, and even below 1. Basically, with the that kind of aperture. Uh, um, okay, I don't remember exactly from high school physics class, but this is from what I've read on the internet. Like with the aperture being like f 2.8 and lower, it allows you to take pictures in low light situations without needing a flash, and this especially is useful in like for certain events where they don't allow flash, or certain sports where they don't allow flash. So having that f2.8 and lower will allow you to take photos without them turning out too dark. And Now, of course, if you're shooting in RAW, you can probably get all that detail back. But uh, but uh, like if you're outside and you're in a place and they don't allow flash, definitely, but having that f2.8 and lower, it allows you to not worry as much about it, because then you can set it to aperture priority of that, or maybe you do aperture priority depending on if you're shooting a fast-paced thing and have the shutter speed and like it's in a not a well-lit area, like like they have lights, but I mean it's not the ideal type of thing where you want to take photos without a flash, because, as I mentioned, there are places where they don't allow flash indoors, and even outdoors for that matter. Sometimes, like you want to take a nice picture of the sunset. There's an image, and there's something like you have a sunset. I'll give you an example. Like in Penticton along Okanagan Lake, there are these boats on the west end of Okanagan Lake. And yeah, sometimes you want to take a picture of those boats at sunset. But you don't want the flash to ruin it, because like with these boats, they have lights on them as well, like like the Christmas light type things, and they light them up at night. And you want to get a picture of that. Now, if you have flash, that can affect the how it looks when it comes down to how the lights turn out. Whether the light bouncing off the flash, like whether the light from the flash bouncing off those lights and making them uh, unable to be seen and all that. So, what you want to do then is you want to take a picture without the flash. Well, with an f2.8 lens, you can do that. You can maybe you can set the aperture low, and of course you want to probably set the ISO a little higher. You can always, like I said, do noise removal. It works pretty well. But with that f2.8, you don't need the flash, and you can get the picture of the boats at sunset with the lights on, and yeah, it looks really nice. And you can get what you're looking for. So something like that. Okay, so we'll do that. So that's how an f2.8 can really come in handy. And then also, as I mentioned, in some facilities, they don't allow flash to be used. So especially if the lighting isn't exactly the greatest, you can use that flash, or not that flash, but you can have it set to like f2.8 or something like that, or you have something that can go a little lower, or well, with the lower f number, like f1.8 or 1.4, something like that. Then you can take those pictures at that, and it won't be super, you won't have to worry about it as like being super noisy, or you don't have to worry about it um, being heavily underexposed, because yeah, that would be then pretty open, the aperture. So that's a good amount. Alright, so now we can export that and move on to the next photo. Oh, yeah, I forgot that this isn't the effects portion of the software. Yeah, I was wondering, wait, did I set the exposure and all that? But I realized, oh yeah! That's when I saw detail, I was like, oh yeah, that was that part of the photo. Okay. Alright, so, let's see. This is another one of the vendors there. as you saw, there are then this part of the Marda Loop business area. They had a mixture of vendors and food trucks. Let's see. Let me check the info. I'm just checking this. Okay, so oh yeah, I see that. There's some dramatic aberration. Let me see if I can move. First, let me see. Oh no, I don't need to transform. See if I can remove. Yeah, I can. Okay, okay. And yes, I can do that there. You know what? There's too much of the pink residue there, so okay. So let's reset that. So we'll just go over to DxO Photo Lab, and yeah, for those of you who are new to my photo editing streams, you can see you'll be able to see what the difference is with DxO Photo Lab here. Let me see. There it is. And one thing that is different is the chromatic aberration removal is completely full because it does lateral chromatic aberration removal like that. Actually, this is pretty straight, isn't it? Maybe it could use a little extra straightening here, so we'll do that. Oh, oh, it looks like the auto worked. Okay. We'll do that with the exposure compensation, select tone. Yeah, and as you can see, there's still haze removal. Alright, so what we'll do some white balance there. Actually, because of this, yeah, that looks pretty good. The sign looks exactly the way it should. I was going to see if I should do some perspective editing, but it's not needed because the sign here looks exactly how it did when I took the picture. Right, and that with the exposure. And then do that with the highlights. That with that. That there. Oh, that there. Then the contrast here. Plus there. A little extra vibrancy. A little extra saturation. I don't think anything else is needed, so we'll export that. Right. And one thing I should point out here is if we're going to be doing a lot of extra editing, uh, yeah, if we're going to be doing a lot of extra editing, like, you know, setting this picture off into, or setting a picture off into multiple programs for processing before you finish with the editing of it, you want to export as a TIFF because TIFF is what's called lossless, and that means you don't lose any of the detail. Whereas JPEG is a lossy, and when you're trying, if you edited multiple times, you lose detail and all that, and you end up with this pixelation, this blockiness in the photo. When you take images in JPEG, and you're trying to take a landscape, when you try and edit it, the sky ends up all blocky. So, let's see this one and check to see if I can. Yeah, and the images end up being, or I should say, the sky ends up being very blocky. So that's why you want to also shoot in RAW. Right. So this guy looks like he was selling some hot sauce. Let's see. Uh, see what happens first before I. I'm just checking to see if figure out if this is the right program or not. Use for. Looks like it'll be okay. Let me just check something. Not quite. Okay. Never mind. Reset that. Okay, so we'll well, yeah, so we'll do this one also in Photolab here. Uh, as you can see, moves that chromatic aberration there. Oh yeah, this one we want, and this one we're gonna have to then send off into Affinity Photo. So you'll see exactly. Uh, so you'll see why, or you'll see me export this as a TIFF because I don't think we a lot of other stuff that we need to do after we're done the basic stuff. And this is pretty straight. We don't have to do that either. Right, so we'll choose that, that, that on, that on, that on. Alright, so we want daylight for the white balance there. Maybe the exposure a bit. Maybe we'll do a polarizing filter, we'll see. I don't know, we want to turn down the highlights. I don't think a polarizing filter is really going to be needed because it really looks pretty polarized, doesn't it? That. Okay, and then don't need any contrast here. That, and I've chosen this slider here. Okay, so I don't think a polarizing filter will be needed because it already looks pretty polarized. So here we have the TIFF. I want the original image folder there. Okay. Now, and remember I had mentioned that you're going to be doing editing in multiple programs you wanted as a TIFF? This is why, because then when you, because eventually you end up with some pixelation, some blockiness and all that, it doesn't end up good, and that's why it's called the lossy, that's why JPEG is called a lossy um, file format. Because yeah, you lose detail and you lose information each and every time. Yeah, and TIFF is a lost list one, so yeah, then yeah, TIFF is lost list. You can open it up many times and manipulate it many times. You don't lose any of the detail and information in the photo there. Alright, so make sure we just have to wait for this thing to load. Alright, so now we just go around checking for any dust spots here that are obvious. Um, that's one. Oh, I was wondering, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, don't need that. Let's do that. That's a dust spot there. Oh, yeah, well, there's an obvious one right there. Get rid of that. Um, don't see any others. Doesn't look like there are any others that are visible here. Oh, maybe that's, well, I don't know if that's one, but we'll just move that. There might have been hidden one there. So that's why it's important to do a thorough look over it before you move on to the next picture. Okay, looks like those are all the dust spots there. So okay, we'll export that. Export that. Okay, and on to the next image there. Make sure everything. I don't want to see any blank image, any blank exported images. Okay, so the next one is oh, this one. Yeah, this I think there was yeah, as you can see, there was a long line up there. I think this guy here was, yeah, he is making balloon animals. So yeah, that was a pretty popular tent at that street festival there. Wait, let's see. Oh, okay. Actually, it was pretty straight as it was. Okay. Let me just check to make sure. No fringing here. There is. Just check and make sure I can get rid of it. Uh, Alright, so we'll have to. Right, so we'll just go into here. So, let's turn on here. Right, and yeah, we want that on, and that on, that. Make sure everything is good here. Yep. And that got rid of the fringing there. Alright, so, yeah, here we won't have to do anything with the dust spot removal there. We'll do daylight there. Here, okay. Then now the highlights a bit. Roll a lot, okay. And the midtones here. And shadows here. This one. Oh, we want to turn that up a bit. Okay. And we do a little bit with contrast. That and that. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done. So we'll export that. Because we don't really need any detail enhancement, because yeah, there's it's not a picture of the balloon thing that he's making. It's just a picture of the booth there. Right, so it's almost done processing there. Okay, so I think I'll do, or I'll edit one more image and then I'll take a lunch break. So, okay, so this is the bouncy castle that was at the street festival there last week. Yeah, there was also a bouncy castle at what was it, Festival, but yeah, it was in a position where yeah, I wouldn't have been able to get a picture of that bouncy castle. But yeah, this is a bouncy castle that was there at not Festival, but at the street festival there. Um, and I remember this event that I'd taken photos at in what was it, 2017. There was a bouncy castle there, and yeah, I got a good number of pictures. Yeah, I think it's on my Instagram page. I don't know how many pictures I posted of the bouncy castle there, but yeah, there is but yeah, you know, if I can get a picture of the bouncy castle, I will get a picture of the bouncy castle. Wait, what? So now that we know we can get rid of that, so we'll do the dust spot removal here, and oh, I can already see that there's one that needs to be removed. Okay. Well, that didn't work, did it? All right. Yeah, it takes a few tries before you figure out. Okay, I think I got rid of that dust spot. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Um, see, I have to do a little adjustment here. Right, and then oh, okay, there's another that we need to get rid of dust spot there. Okay, so that worked. The another one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I thought I saw that one there. Okay, there. Um, oh, hey, Christy, thank you for still being here. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we want to get. Wait, what was that thing? I'm not sure what that is. I know it's not a dust spot. It could be a bird, but still, just get rid of that bird. I see. Well, that might be one. I don't know, but let's get rid of that dust spot there. And oh, there's one. There's a dust spot there. Not the darker color that I was expecting, but there's another couple there. Okay. And then let's see if we can get rid of that. Okay. And we can just do that. Hold on, let's see. Didn't quite work out the way I thought it would. Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll see if we can get. So that worked out a little better. That worked out a little better. Well, sort of. All right, so let's try and get rid of that. Um, let's see. Okay, and yeah, maybe doing this works? I don't know. We'll try it. Yeah, that worked a little better. And now here. Oh, okay, so yeah, there it is. So we'll do that and that. This one. Oh, that is. That might be one. Okay, or maybe not. That didn't work. Let's see what I can do. I might have to do a clone stamp here. Okay, and oh, okay. We'll see if that works. Oh, yeah, that'll work. And that. Okay, there we go. That worked out a little better with the clone stamp there. Oh, sort of. See if we can do something more there. Ugh. Oh, that's not it. You can see there's a lot of trial and error here. That'll work better. That looks like it'll work better. Right, and any others around here? Yeah, as you can see, sometimes it does take a while to remove these dust spots, but very important that they get removed so that way they don't distract from the image. Okay. Oh, another one here. Does look like I got rid of all of them. Alright, do that. Do that. So now we'll get rid of this. That, and then make sure we have the correct lens selected there. Alright. Now we get rid of the fringing here. Okay, and now we might add a little extra detail to this. Okay, so we want to decrease the exposure a little bit. Do that with the contrast. A little extra there. Okay, do some things with the highlights there. Do something with the midtones and the shadows. Bring that down. And bring that down. Extra structure there. Just the haze a little bit. And the daylight filter there. Okay, do that. A little extra vibrance. Let's turn it down a little bit. Well, let's see what happens when we add a little extra detail to this thing. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. So I'll export this and alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have lunch now. So I'll be taking a lunch break. So and then we'll continue on with the photos. So I'll see you all after lunch once this picture gets processed. All right. So I'll see you all after lunch. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So down to the next image. Let me just check and see if we can remove the chromatic aberration from this one. Let's see here. Let me just check and see first. Completely okay. So, we set that, and yeah, we'll have to do it the longer way there. Okay, here it is. All right. Okay, so first we'll get the more here. Do that. Okay, so we'll do that and that. Okay. Let's turn on all that, and now we'll put into the daylight there. Okay. Do a little bit of exposure, increasing exposure there. We turn that down. Nope, too much as it turns out. Okay, so we'll do that with the midtones. Not too much with the shadows. Do that. Right, and do that with the Okay, we don't want to do too much contrast there. We'll do that and that, and so we'll export that as a TIFF. Right. Then we'll look for dust spots, make sure that there aren't any there that need to be removed. And as you can see, it's a lot different compared to the street hockey tournament there. Um, Especially seeing all these tents there and no boards or rinks, and actually being able to walk on the street there. Okay, and now we'll back in here. Okay, there it is. Open a photo here and look for some dust spots to remove. Okay, so set a profile for us. Okay, all right. So now we want to choose that tool there. Right. Let's see first to make sure it was straight. Like we can easily, yeah, because we can easily do the crop then and straighten it out in here if it was not properly straight. But it looks like it was straight. Okay. So now we just look around for those dust spots here. Let's see if there are any visible. Oh, here's one that's visible here, right there. Okay, and um, uh, any other dust spots visible? Don't see any. Um, Okay, I don't see any others that were visible, so we can just now export this. Then move on to the next image there. And especially with that lateral chromatic aberration removal, as in DxO Photolab, yeah, that's a huge time saver because now I don't have to manually do chromatic aberration and take a long time just making sure I got rid of uh, all the fringing in these images, so I can just spend more time with the dust spot. Well, spend less time on chromatic aberration removal, and then dust spots have been removed. Yeah, we can get rid of those. Let me just see. Let me just see if fringing can be removed. Oh yeah, I just saw that it did get removed. Okay, and get rid of this fringing. Check to make sure. Yep, there's all the fringing there. That has been removed. Okay, so we'll straighten that out. Bit that right. Okay, and now we'll right now we'll setting it. I don't want to increase the exposure too much, but we don't want to decrease it too much. Okay, so we'll do that with the contrast. Want to turn on those highlights. That. Right, so we'll do the midtones there, do the shadows there, and I'll trim that down, and do that, and not too much there. We'll turn that down there. Okay. Was this in the shade or was this in the sunshine? If I do shade, it looks like that. If I do daylight, it looks like that. A little tough to decide. I'm not sure if that was the shade or not, but anyway, we'll do a little saturation, a little extra vibrance there. And we export that. Right, and then export that. Right, and then move on to the next one here. And then see this one. Right, and okay, we'll straighten it out here. Apply that. Just, hold on. Before I do anything else, I better just... Yeah, okay, just how to make sure of that. That you could remove the fringing here. And we definitely can. Yeah, okay, so... if there's any dust spots, I don't think there's any, so we'll uh, continue on with editing of the image and also do the exposure like that. Okay, contrast like that, and the highlights like that, got the midtones, with the shadows, and we'll trim that down. Yeah, right, like that, and do like that. Okay, and trim down. Oh, a little extra structure, I guess. Don't need too much detail there. And turn on the haze like that. This much. And let that in daylight there. A little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Then Right, so we can move on to the next image then. Okay, now going to the next image now, and here we'll have to see. Okay, so alright, so this was a vendor selling hot sauce and barbecue sauce. So this was a sender, or not a sender, but it was a vendor was selling hot sauce and barbecue sauce. Straighten it out like that. Oh, Desmond, hey, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the stream has been going well. Yeah, we're just making some progress with these images. Some have required a little more work than others, but yeah, it's going well. Thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Right, and let's see. Oh, okay. I really appreciate you coming in from Discord. Right, and do we need to do any perspective editing? Let me just see what happens when we do some perspective editing here. Uh, let's not like that. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, and a little horizontal there. Okay. Alright, that'll work. Now before we do anything else, we'll do that. Oh, yeah, so that way we can do the dust spot removal, and I can already see some dust spots that need to be removed. Right, and I'll just get around to removing all these dust spots here. Oh, yeah. I forgot that this isn't like a photo where you can use two fingers to move or to move the photo around. Yeah, this you have to use the navigation here with that square. Right, and we'll do that. Hope that didn't work. Okay, let's think here. Let's think here. Right, and let's see if maybe removing both at the same time is gonna work. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that worked. Let's now the next one. Here. And remove this one. Right, and remove that one. Okay. And let's see what we have here. I don't know what that is, but I think I better remove that. Oh. Okay, there's another dust spot there. I knew there would be some dust spots that would need to be removed, so okay, let's see how. Let's show that. See if there's anything around here. Show up. Right, and let's see if there's any dust spots around here. See up here any no dust spots there. Then we will keep checking for any dust spots around here. Careful, I don't miss anything here. And oh, yep, just saw something here. There's one there. Okay, and then well, I don't think that is one, but still, just remove it just in case. And then there's I got all the dust spots there. Hey, what want to go into view mode? There. Now we do that. Now, going to here. That. And here. Make sure transform is still on. Yes, it is. And the lens correction, make sure we choose the correct lens so in that way properly does that. Do that. Do that. Okay. Now see here, we'll increase exposure a little bit for the contrast. On the highlights, midtones, the shadows, that, and that down. And yeah, okay, so do that. Oh yeah, we want this. Okay, like that. Okay, turn on the haze a little bit. And do daylight white balance, a little saturation, a little vibrance. And we'll export that. Alright, and this will process and that'll save. Right, so we'll browse that. Or not browse that, but yeah, now we'll go on to the next one. And I don't know what this vendor was doing. And as you can see, there's no parking signs. Obviously, when it's a street festival, you don't want people parking on the you don't want people parking on the road during a street festival. Yeah, I don't know if I got this one head on. Uh, Let me just see what happens when I try. Oh. You see what happens when I try and do the transform. Uh, okay, let me just try the crop here. Uh, that, like that. Okay, so that worked out well. Okay. Um. All right, so we'll do a lens correction now, and so the purple fringing, green fringing, and yep, that worked. Yeah, and that definitely worked there. Okay. Right, and we'll turn down the exposure just a little bit. That, and then contrast, turn down the highlights a little bit. Use the midtones. Use the shadows there. And decrease that. Okay, and then do that. And remove some of the haze. And you do the daylight there. A little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance there. Now we can move on to the next image now. Alright, and we'll go on to the next image now, and... Okay, so yeah, there were a lot of clothing vendors at the street festival. In fact, at many markets, you will probably see a lot of clothing vendors, and maybe even some ice cream vendors, especially when it's a warm day or a hot day out. Okay, well, let me just check something before I thing. Yeah, I'll just reset everything here, right? And we'll go into here. Now we go to that image here, right? And there we go. Sometimes when you're using the scroll wheel on the mouse, that can happen. Oh wait, it's zooming in too much. Oh, zooming out too much. Okay, so we do that. So, okay, we'll do that. If we can increase or straighten it out a little more, right? That looks like it's okay. There we go. So it looks a little more straight now. Um, so we'll do the purple fringing here. We'll do the more here, and okay. So we definitely want that daylight for the white balance. Just the exposure just a little bit. That. Then on we want to turn on those highlights and increase the midtones. Increase the shadows. Do that. Okay, so I think that'll be good. Yeah, I'll probably want to send this into what is it? Into what's it called? The Color Effects Pro, just so that way we get the little bit of the sunlight filter, just to see if that might help brighten it out a little bit more. I don't think we'll need any dust spot removal here. Right, and now it'll go into Color Effects Pro here. And yeah, this is the one with all the different filters for the collection. There is a Silver FX Pro, which has a which is black and white editing, but there's also filters for that as well. Yeah, okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that helped brighten it out a little bit. So let's do like that. Probably want to on the brightness just a little bit, or like that. And do that for the contrast. We don't want to oversaturate, but we don't want to undersaturate it. Yeah, so that can work. We'll save that. And yeah, we'll want to also export that. So let it save first. Right, so I want to definitely export that. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Force quit if we can. Okay, there we go, cuz. Now that's what I wanted to open up. Right, and then right, so first we'll wait for the image to load, then we'll export that, then we'll move on to the next image there. Okay, and oh, okay, so I don't know what happened there, why it didn't automatically open, but anyway, we'll export that. Then there. Alright, so now we can export that, and so we'll and then move on to the next image. Let's see. Yeah, I think we better go in here. Right, now we'll go on to the next image here. And so yeah, it looks like we'll definitely have to straighten that out. That, that, yeah, we'll straighten that out. Okay, and we'll try and straighten it out a little more. Right. Okay, and straighten it out. Right there. Looks like it's straightened out now. And there's the more, there's the purple fringing. Alright, so now, so we do that for the white balance there, then exposure a little bit. And you do some highlights there, midtones, shadows there. That. Right, and then I want to do a little bit of contrast here. That. And a little extra vibrance, a little bit of extra saturation, not too much there. I'll export that to TIFF. So now we can see if there's any dust spot removal that needs to be done. Alright, so yeah, it does take time for it to export to the disk there. Alright, there we go, and we'll do some dust spot removal here. Alright. Now, yeah, we just have to wait for the software to load there, and there it is. Excuse me. Alright, so now we see what we can. If there's anything here that. Okay, it's a little tough. Doesn't look like there's anything. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything that needs to be removed there. So export that, and we'll export that. Right, and that. Right, and now we'll go on to the next image. Let's, yeah, we'll probably want to edit it in here. Right, and okay, so they were doing a cooking demonstration, these guys, or something. Okay, there we go. So, what we'll do is we'll straighten out the image. Well, more than that, have to really straighten this out. Okay. Right, so let's see if using the DxO viewpoint perspective editing is going to work. Nope, wrong one. Let's go this way. Yeah, that looks a little more right. Okay. Now we'll go up here. We'll get rid of more. That's there. This. And that's where also perspective editing comes in handy, like if you're trying to take a picture of a booth like this, and it ends up not exactly straight on the way you had taken the picture. That's where it helps. Alright, so daylight. We increase a little bit of exposure. Turn down those highlights. Don't want to all the way up. Okay, we'll do that. The midtones here, shadows here. Here, okay. And here, here, and do that with the contrast. Yeah, we don't need too much contrast there. There, yeah, we wanted to check to make sure there's no dust spots that ended up in the image, so we'll export as a TIFF. Alright, and we'll wait for that to finish exporting there. Right, and okay, it's almost done exporting. So we'll okay, so it looks like it's done exporting there. So now we will excuse me, open that up and check for dust spots, just to see if there's any that need to be removed there. Okay, so we'll do that, and we'll just check to see any dust spots that need to be removed here. Um, Alright, yeah, it doesn't look like there are any that need to be removed, at least from what I can tell. It doesn't look like any need to be removed from what I can tell. Right, so that. Okay, there. Right, so now we'll on to the next image, and yeah. Um, it looks like it's a lemonade food truck or a lemonade stand. I'm not. Looks like it might be a lemonade truck, but I'm not sure. Um, just see if move the fringing there first before I decide. See if I can remove that fringing first. Yeah, it does look like I can. So okay, we'll editing on this one and on one photo raw now. All right. So yeah, this was yeah, the lemonade truck, I guess. I don't know if it was a lemonade stand or a lemonade truck, but as you can see, they are selling lemonade there. Before I do that, let's see if there were any dust spots there, and I can already see one there and two there. Okay, that, do that, and there. Okay, so now we will. Oh, there's another dust spot there, and then another one here. Okay, Um, think that's one, so we'll get rid of that. Right, and we'll get rid of that one. That one there. Then oh, there's one here. Throw that one here. Okay, there we go. Second time we did it. All right, and well, let me just check to make sure that is one. Not really sure. Well, it could be one, so we'll just get rid of it. Doesn't look like excuse me, it doesn't look like it I don't know if it was a dust spot. I know that one was. Right, so find more dust spots here. I don't know if that is one. Could have just been a bird, but still remove that. Okay, and I think that's it. Let me just check one more time. Oh, almost missed one. So we'll just get rid of that one and okay. And I think that's it. Okay, I think that's it. So, get rid of that. And then we'll do that. Right, so the first thing we want to do is make sure we have the correct lens selected. Excuse me, so we'll do that. And right, so there. Right, and yeah, I guess we can now straighten it out. But there. And then we get rid of the purple fringing and green fringing here. And then here, let's that. A little contrast there. Now the highlights, midtones, shadows, whites here, and the blacks. Oh, and we want to recover that highlight hue. Okay, so we'll do that. On the haze a little bit. And daylight, because it's bright outside. And a little extra saturation and vibrance, and then we can move on to the next one. As you can see, removing those dust spots does sometimes take time. I really have to be patient when removing the dust spots there. Oh, for how many of these did I forget to recover the highlight hue in? Anyway, it's fine. Because, yeah, the images ended up okay anyway. Not sure what this vendor was selling. I'm not sure what that vendor was selling. Well, let's see. Excuse me, let's see if I can... If I can remove that fringing first before move on with editing the image. Oh, help if I was able to grab the slider. Yeah. Alright, so, now, let's undo that. First thing we do is try and, uh, remove those dust spots as usual. Now we, do that. Get that one here. Get that one here. Another one around here. And there's that one there that we can get rid of. I think. Right? There we go. Then let's just here and just the spots there. Looks like we got them all. Oh, something. Alright, I doubt that is one, but just get rid of it because yeah, it could end up being a distracting part of the image. Let's see what we have here. Excuse me, and there's nothing else there. Right, so we. Hold on. Okay, so do that. And now we get rid of that. And reset everything. We recover the highlight hue. Yeah, that looks really straight there, so. Well, let's do some lens correction. Make sure also we select the correct lens from here. There it is. That. That. Get rid of that. Nope, nope, not the details. Alright, so a little bit of contrast. That with the highlights, midtones, the shadows, whites here. Okay, we'll do that with the blacks there. Little structure, a little haze removal there, and daylight, a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Now we can move on to the next image now. As you can see, the slowest part of that was removing the dust spots. That's very important just because yeah, you want to get rid of those dust spots because they can end up being distracting parts of the image. This is especially true when you're trying to print it. Sometimes when it's just on the computer, it may not be obvious, but then when it's printed and you can see those dust spots, yeah, it can be very distracting. And speaking of ice cream vendors, this was another one. Yeah, I forget what flavors they had. I forget what flavors they had. I think I overheard the guy talking about mango being one of them. Maybe sour cream was another one. I don't know. It was like I was like by this point. Well, I was thinking maybe I could get ice cream, but yeah, the lineups were too long and the flavors that were available didn't appeal to me. Um, all right, so we do that for lens correction. Now, increase the exposure a little bit. Want a little extra contrast. Turn on the highlights a bit. Right, and see what happens when we increase. So increase. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about what happened. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Right, and so can't really put those down. Do that. We can do that with the shadows. A little more with that for the midtones. That with the structure. Do a little haze removal. Right, and then highlight for the white balance, do that with the structure, or not the structure, the saturation, do that with the vibrance, and export that, and move on to the next image here. Right, and now we'll move on to the next image here. Oh, yeah, this is okay. So let me just check first to see if I can remove any fringing. But this isn't. This wasn't a food truck. This was actually a clothing store. Yeah, I don't know if it was in an RV or what, but hold on. Let me just check and see. Okay, yes, I can remove that. It looks like, yep. Okay, so yeah, this was actually a clothing store in I guess an RV or whatever. Yeah, this wasn't a food truck. Yeah, it was a little different. Yeah, that's why I got the picture of it because yeah, this was something that was very unique over there. Yeah, it was something very, very unique. Yeah, yeah, because I didn't expect to see something like this there. Yeah, the highlights here. Oh, wait. Before I do any of that, gotta make sure there's no dust spots there. Okay. Oh, there's another dust spot right there. And then, oh, there's two. Okay, there's two there. Right? Right, and oh, okay, there's another one here. Right, and then okay, and then let's see. Oh, there's another couple of dust spots right here, so let's remove those. And then oh, there's another one. Okay, and then and then there's another dust spot here. Right, and then yeah, as you can see, it does require a bit of patience, but you have to make sure you get all of the dust spots, otherwise, yeah, you can end up it ends up being distracting in a printed image, especially. Oh, there's one there. Right, and get rid of that. There, okay. Now, I don't know. I'll just get rid of that. Okay. Yep, that went away. There. Okay, now that's the tree. All right, so we got rid of. Okay, we got rid of all the dust spots. So, oh no, I want to go into here, right, and go into here. Recover the highlight hue. So now increase the exposure, contrast a bit on those highlights, midtones, shadows. Turn those down. Turn that down. It's a bit of the structure because we are trying to get some detail out of that. Okay, daylight. That, and now the dynamic contrast. That's as I mentioned. That's how you get extra detail. So, and this thing just to get a little extra detail out of it. Okay, I'll export. Okay, and now we're going to move on to the next image there. Right, so now the next image, this was a spice vendor, yeah, selling all different types of spices, I don't know which, spices, or selling. All I did was, take the picture and then, move on. Right, so, I'm gonna apply that. Let's let's try and get this a little more straight. Okay. Alright, and like that. Okay. Now, just check. Oh, we want to do this. What? Before I continue on with this image, and I also mentioned this with the street hockey tournament photos. Sometimes, yeah, that's what I figured. Sometimes you have to go back and like, ooh, got to do that. So yeah, okay. Let's export that. Yeah, because yeah, this even happened. Like I mentioned this also with the street hockey tournament photos. That yeah, sometimes you have to go back when you realize, ooh, yeah, I forgot that, or ooh, um, so we'll do that. Right, and yeah, we'll go to the next image. Okay, and there's a spice vendor here. Right, and increase the exposure a little bit. Okay, increase the contrast there. The highlights. And there are times also, and this was saw this with the street hockey tournament photos. How I had an image that it didn't work, and somehow it got by me when I was going over them before the stream, and yeah, it explained that yeah, sometimes this will happen. Like you look over all these images, it looks fine, and then all of a sudden, as you're editing them, it ends up not actually working out as well. So yeah, that can happen too, where it ends up not being as good as you had thought, and then you have to delete it there. Just make sure that all. I just want to make sure that I don't have any blank images. Right, so now we move on to the next image here. And don't know what this guy was selling. Oh, okay, various types of jewelry. All right. Let's check to make sure. Rid of that. Yep. Okay, just had to make sure and get rid of the fringing here. I don't think I have to get rid of any dust spots here. Look like it. Like the things would be on there. Okay, So we'll increase the exposure just a little bit, not too much. A little a little bit of contrast around the highlights. It tones like that. Shadows like that. Turn that down. So we'll do that. There. And like that. We'll do daylight there. A little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance. Right, so we'll export that. All right, and so as you can see, yeah, you don't always have to do a lot of you don't have to do a lot with the events. Oh, and yeah, there's a couple more food trucks here. Here's a waffle food truck. Oh, okay, so chicken and waffles. All right. Um, check something here before we look for. Yep. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just undo that. And the reason is we have to remove the dust spots first before we can do anything else. Especially when more of the sky is showing. And oh, here we go. And hold on. Okay. And where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I was wondering, where did that dust spot go? Right, and then we go. There's an obvious one there. Right, and we have that. And that, and then that. Okay. And we have this one, and then I saw another, and there's that other one there. It's very faint because of this white color to the black and white, but I was able to see it. And there's a couple of other ones. That one. That one. Oh, let's try this again. Let's see what happens when I try and get rid of all three at once. In one big red. Yeah, okay, there we go. So all three dust spots are gone, and one big red coloring there. Alright, I don't know if those are dust spots, but we'll just get rid of whatever those are. Yep. What else is there? Anything else? Oh, I just saw one there. Alright. And okay, see if, oh yeah, there's another one here. And as you can see, yeah, removing dust spots, and I mentioned this before, it does require a lot of patience, but yeah, it's very important to do that. Okay, and here. Right, and here. Any other dust spots that I missed? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's here. And oh, okay, there's a couple more here, okay. Right, so okay. Then oh, Almost missed one. I was almost ready to go and start editing the image, but all right. So no, okay, that wasn't one. I thought it was a dust spot, but it's not. Okay. Oh, there is one there, but yeah, this is gonna be a little tricky. Um, that's gonna be a little tricky because of the location of it. So we'll have to see what we can do. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, so we're gonna have to use the clone stamp tool to get rid of the dust spot there. Wait, okay. Um, oh, that doesn't work. Yeah, that'll work. Like that. Nope. That might be a little dark. We'll try that. Oh, there. There, nope. Maybe there? Nope. There, a little dark. There. Yeah, that might work out a little better. Yeah, there. Okay. So all the dust spots have been removed. Take it off the clone stamp tool so I don't forget. Yeah, the last thing I want is that to happen. So I'll do that with the tone color and that. Or we can try it again. Okay, like that. And now, well, let's first want to do that. And then we'll lens correction. And for those of you who have DSLR cameras or have mirrorless cameras, you don't have to go with the OEM OEM manufacturers for lenses. Those are really expensive. Uh, I mean, I know that sometimes they can be like I don't know, $2,000-3,000. So if you're looking for a cheaper option that are just as good as the OEM manufacturers for lenses, Sigma and Tamron, they make very good ones. I think I know they make for Nikon and Canon. Like they have a lot of DSLR lenses for Nikon and Canon. I think they do make mirrorless ones now for Nikon and Canon. They also, I think, make some for Sony now with the mirrorless. Uh, I know Zeiss is a good manufacturer for Sony cameras in terms of the lenses. So yeah, you don't have to go with the OEM ones if because those are pretty expensive. They can cost you a pretty penny. The OEM ones. Uh, the best thing to do also to see if the third party ones are good is just check out the reviews, just like you check out reviews for every thing else. But yeah, definitely third party lenses are something to look at when you're looking for lenses for your camera. Okay, we'll drop that down. We'll do that. And we'll add a little extra detail here. Okay, do that with that. Okay, daylight there for the white balance. A little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance there. Then, because this is a food truck, we want to try and get some detail. We'll do that. Do that. That, okay, and then we'll add this thing here. Some extra detail. Okay, and there you go. I think there is another food truck before, and I think you saw this in the grid there. You saw extra, or you saw a couple of people there on the stage. I'll explain that once we get to that one. After I think it's another food truck. Yeah, one more food truck, and then I'll explain the stage. And okay, so looks like it's a food truck called Dragon Boat. Let me just check to make sure we can Arranging here before I go any further. I should be able to. Yep, definitely. Okay, so first, again, do the dust spot removal, and I can already see one there. So, remove it. And there's another one I just saw above there. So we'll remove that one. And move that one there. Right? Oh, I just remembered a couple of the free, at least they're available for free in the Mac App Store. Don't know about Windows, if they're available for free on Windows. They might be, hold on, 8. They might be free, like, there's if you go to their website and you can do your photo editing on there. There's two, uh, as a free software that I have used in the past. One is called Photoscape, and the other is called Photor. They were okay, but again, not as good as a put it this way, they weren't as good as what was it, Skyloom Luminar. Um, yeah, certainly not as good as On One Photo Raw and the EXO Photo Lab here. Right, and that, and let's see, are there any other dust spots that need to be removed? Oh, right, and another one here. Right, and then hey, and it looks like that's it for dust spots from what I can see. Oh, maybe that is one, I don't know. Let's remove it anyway. Alright, and if we can remove that thing there. That, yeah, that worked out better. So to paint over a bigger area. And that's what it's called when uh, when you do that with the that red circle there. It's called painting, even though it's actually removing either an object or dust spots or stuff like that. Right, so we'll do that with the curves. We'll do that with the tone color, recover highlight hue. Um, make sure we choose the right. Oh, this wasn't a Sony lens. Make sure we choose the right one. That. And make sure that. That. Okay. Now we increase the exposure a little bit. Contrast. With the highlights, the midtones, the shadows. With the whites there. Wanted to darken the blacks a little bit there. Then let's structure. The haze is best. Remove the haze. Daylight. Extra saturation. Extra vibrance, and since it's a food truck, we want to get detail out of it, so that's why dynamic contrast. That. And there. And then a little extra detail here. Clarity here, and there you go. There's the food truck enhanced there. Like in terms of what it looks like. Yeah. Alright, so here's the stage that I was talking about. So yeah, as you can see, there's a singer with the guitar and violinist. Can't remember what band they were called, but they were really good. And for this one with this concert, what I did was I yeah, shot it at was a shutter priority, 1/400th of a second for the shutter speed, and yeah, that also worked pretty well. Remember the last time I shot something similar to this, where people were on stage under a tent. It was actually in Revelstoke. At least this was the case uh, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, like before the whole stuff happened. All right. At Revels in Revelstoke, British Columbia, in the evenings. I think starting at 6 or 7 Pacific time, Pacific Daylight Standard Time, since the BC does the whole time change thing, just like almost everybody in the world. What happened was I didn't set it to shutter priority, and this, I don't think I set it to shutter priority, and that was a mistake because I think because what they do is in Mackenzie Plaza, it's on Mackenzie Avenue, like in the Grizzly Plaza. I think it's called Grizzly Plaza, actually. Yeah. Anyway, they have this little stage there, um, and so every night there's a concert. A band plays there. I think it would have to be a local band or maybe a traveling band, and anyway, I got some pictures of it using my 85 millimeter prime lens because that was f1.8 and the sun was going getting close to sunset and all that. So how I mentioned earlier in the stream about for nighttime or for photos as the sun's going down when there's not very good light, you want to have f2.8 or below, like f2.8. F2.8 or higher. Not sure. Like, the F number goes down from F2.8 to F1.8. You get the idea. Uh, I didn't, I didn't set it to shutter priority, and when I look back, I probably should have, because yeah, I had to do a lot of sharpening work to get the photos to even show up properly. Um, that So that's why then I said sure priority 1/400th because well, this was I mean, it was action. It wasn't as fast paced as say cars and bikes and all that, but still you want to be able to stop the action there as they're playing and singing. So yeah, it ended up going very well. Let me just check to see if I can. Let's see. Hold on. Well, so it's obvious there. Maybe it'll be obvious here first. No. Okay, so we'll reset all that, and okay, so we'll do the editing in Exo Photo Lab here. Let me just edit. There it is. Right, and now that, and that. Okay, we might have to send it into. Well, maybe we won't have to. We'll see. Want to do that? Yeah, and probably Frenching. We'll get a little more. And we'll definitely want to do some perspective editing. Okay, do like that. Yeah, actually worked out pretty well. Okay, and the lens I had on here was that. Well, you can see it here, the 1750 there. Um, and like I said, there just wasn't because even here there were a lot of people standing there and all that, so there just wasn't any room for me to change the lens to even the 85 millimeter. I know the 85 millimeter would have been a good one to use for this one, since yeah, 70 to 300 might have been a little overkill in terms of the lens to use. 85 would have definitely worked, but yeah, this is yeah, still worked with the 17 to 50, as you can see. Okay, so we'll do daylight there. Oh, no, 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 no. Just want to manually do that. Okay. And some of the highlights there. A little bit, not too much there. With the midtones, with the shadows. Probably have to send this into so Photo Lab for a little of a sunlight filter there. We don't need to do that. Right. Okay, so we'll send it into Color Effects Pro so now we can get a sunlight filter in there. If we can maybe brighten it up a little bit more. And I don't think Affinity Photo will be needed though for um what is it? Removing the dust spots because I don't think there would be any. As you can see, perspective editing sometimes even is needed. You're taking a picture of a concert like this, especially if you're talking about a tent. All right, so all right, there we go. Now probably the sunlight filter. Yep. So definitely that was the right choice. I want it to be super bright. No, a little extra saturation there. Okay, and I can send it. Yeah, we'll just send it to Affinity Photo. Let's just see. I don't think yeah, there's any. But we'll see. Right, and go into Affinity Photo there. Okay, and now we will. I just have to wait for Affinity Photo to load here. All right. Let's check it out. Can't. Well, I don't really see any. Probably the haze is covering the dust spots there. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the haze is covering the dust spots, so we'll do that. Okay, now we'll go into the next image here. Right, and okay, so what we'll do is we'll that that some contrasts. Yeah, I'll want to straighten it out a little bit. A little bit more. Okay. Then okay, we already did all that, and then more fringing there. And we'll do the perspective editing. Oh, no, we don't want it. Do it like that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that'll work. Let's see if after that let's see if we need to straighten it out a little more now. Excuse me. Yeah, that'll work. Now we white balance of daylight. We'll add a little extra exposure there. Right, bring down the highlights. And then do the midtones here. And shadows here. You'll definitely have to do that sunlight filter probably. Got that. Okay. So we'll definitely have to do the sunlight filter. So that way we can a little more, so that we can just brighten it up a little bit more there. Oh, Restart Dragon! Hi, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in and welcome. You came in through Twitter. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, my day is going well. Just making good progress through these photos here. Uh, and yeah, we're now on to the a little concert, like some photos of a concert that was at the west end of the festival that I went to last Sunday. Um, so yeah, and thank you again for coming in. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we'll do. Okay, so we'll add a little extra strength to the light there. Temperature like that. Let's see here. Nope. Okay, so we'll make it a little bit brighter there. Okay. Add a little extra contrast there. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to oversaturate it like that. Okay, so definitely that'll work. Oh, it looks like there's gonna be some rain, like here in Calgary, in real life. Yeah, because I'm just here on my PC laptop. It says rain coming. I do know that it was um, pretty hazy. Oh, there it is. Okay, it was pretty hazy today, but yeah, with the rain, that should help with clearing out that haze. I mean, there were clouds, but I mean, with the haze, sometimes it's hard to properly see the clouds. I did look west, and it did look like the clouds were starting to get thick, and I'm just looking out the window, and yeah, it could rain. Oh, it's supposed to thunder, yeah. Now here, okay, yeah. Here, you never know. It says rain, and then all of a sudden, it ends up being a thunderstorm, and sometimes hail falls. So you never know what how the sometimes the weather here in Calgary can be pretty unpredictable there. Okay, so not sure if there are any dust spots. No, it doesn't look like there are any. Right, so we'll export that. But yeah, Calgary could definitely use some rain. It's been pretty hot and dry over here, and like I was talking about the haze, that's actually from forest fires over in British Columbia. Yeah, and from what I read, it's been pretty hot and dry over in British Columbia there. So yeah, they also could use some rain without. Okay, you're in London, Ontario. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've met a lot of people from Canada through streaming. So it's always nice to meet a fellow Canadian. All right, so um, okay, let's hold on. Let's see. Let's do the rise and adjustment there. Okay, yeah, something tells me it's based on that, but I'm basing on the stage here. So, okay, right. So there's the stage there. Yeah, I know over in British Columbia they need the rain too because from what I read, it's been hot and dry there, and now there's a bunch of fires in the interior there. Like there's one that started somewhere near somewhere. I got well, in fact, not just somewhere near Vernon, right at Columulka Lake. Yeah, that's across the lake from Highway 97. Well, okay, that's not entirely true anymore because they realigned Highway 97 to go up the mountain, whereas before Highway 97, it actually it actually went right along the lakes there before, and it was a two-lane highway. And when they twinned the highway, they moved it up the mountain there, and so now you bypass all that. But yeah, it's right across the lake from what is now that park. What it used to be Highway 97 is now a parkway. So yeah, and then there's another one. I don't know if they got it under control. That was near the Apex Mountain Ski Resort. Okay, so we'll adjust this a little bit more now. Okay, there we go. Now we got that straight there. All right, so do the daylight white balance, increase the exposure a little bit. And yeah, and I also read there's another wildfire near Kamloops, so I mean, yeah, they definitely could use some rain over there. And hopefully here as well, they hopefully here as well, like if it rains enough, clears out all that haze. Yeah, it's been pretty hazy here since really the beginning of the month, and yeah, you can really see. Uh, and like I said, in these pictures, you can definitely see some of the haze there that has developed. Oh, we got a follow here, so I'll address that while I'm waiting for the image to get into what is it? Color Effects Pro. Demon Girl Killer, welcome in, and thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Yeah, my day's been great. Yeah, I've been making progress through these photos here. Um, and yeah, I know I'm past halfway through the photos. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is also going well. And definitely, I chose a good day to edit the photos because yeah, like it was hazy, and and I remember this morning looking to the west and seeing that there was some clouds starting to form, and uh, and I think, or not, I think. It's you just woke up. Oh, okay. And it's good to hear you're doing well. Yeah, it's and I'm just looking on my PC laptop and I'm looking out the window and it looks like it's gonna rain soon. So yeah, definitely a good day to be inside editing photos here. Yeah, and actually, from what I looked at the forecast on the Weather Network, or the Weather Network app, it's supposed to be quite a bit of rain this week. So yeah, we'll see how much I'll be able to get outside. All right, so we'll do that for the saturation, and okay, we'll save that. Okay, and it's saving the image now, and then we'll put it into Affinity Photo. Yeah, so yeah, definitely with this, definitely with like even with concert photos, you can try 1/250th of a second for the shutter speed, see if it works out for you. And you can also try other ones. Me, like with 1/250th might have worked, but I wanted to try with 1/400th just in case if. Oh, okay, you'll be lurking. Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate the lurk. But yeah, 1/400th, like just in case it ended up being a little more fast paced than I thought, and definitely that stopped the action very well, and really got the and really got it looking nice there. Okay, with the brightness and the haze in the sky, can't really find any dust spots here. Um, okay, so we'll just export that. All right, so like I said, the reason why like I'd put shutter priority and one one 400th of a second for the shutter speed. In Revelstoke, British Columbia, 3 years ago, I'd used my 85mm lens. I didn't put it into shutter priority, um, and I think it was like 1/60th and one, maybe there was 1/250th, and yeah, I had to do a lot of sharpening work with those photos there. Um, I had to do a lot of sharpening work with those photos there. Uh, right, and let's see. Okay, that works out nicely. So we'll do that. That's how it, yeah, it ended up a little blurred, if you will, because yeah, the shutter speed wasn't fast enough, and yeah, there was a lot of sharpening work required to be able to get those photos to work out. Um, okay, there we go. So that we'll do a little more straightening work there, right? And oh, don't need that. Oh, there it is. Right, so we use the daylight for the white balance there. Increase that pusher a bit. Okay. And there's the highlights. There's the shadows, or the midtones, I should say. Shadows. And then we probably want to turn that down a little bit. Yeah, we'll definitely want to brighten it up a little bit more. That contrast there, not too much contrast, and again, we don't need too much vibrance. We don't need too much saturation. Okay, and we just have to wait for this thing to process here. Okay, and now I get us to Color Effects Pro here. Okay, and there's the sunlight filter. Um, okay, let's see what happens when we, oh no, we only want the brightness to increase that much. Okay, that, okay, that should work there. And then we'll just check for dust spots. I don't think we'll find any, but well, just to be safe, we'll just check for those. Okay, and now we'll check out the for the dust spots here. Okay, and do that. For everybody who's new to my photo editing streams, in case you're wondering how I was able to zoom in here with uh, zoom in here on to be able to just get onto a spot like that. I'm holding down the now I'm on a Mac on my MacBook here. I'm holding down the Option key, and I'm just scrolling with the mouse wheel or the middle mouse wheel there. Um, I don't know. I don't know how it would be on a PC. And also I do know that like I think this is the case also with the PC, but for sure on a Mac, at least a MacBook, to scroll around like this. I'm just using two fingers on the trackpad. It might be similar on a PC as well. I'm not 100% sure because I've never edited photos on a PC. I've only used a Mac for editing photos. Um, don't see any dust spots here, right? Okay, so we'll export that. Oh, okay, Demon Girl Killer. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. You have a great rest of your day, and thank you again for coming in. I hope we'll be able to see you again soon. All right, so that image is finished there. So now we'll move on to the next one here. Okay. Okay. Bye. You have a good day. All right. Yeah, this is still that little that concert there. I think how at least at this street festival how they did it was like 45-minute shifts. I don't know how they do it at the Lilac Festival. I know the Lilac Festival starts at like and it goes all the way until like late at night. Um, but yeah, with this one, I think it was like 45 to 1 hour 15 minute concerts for each group or person who was performing. Uh, yeah, like I said, I don't actually remember what the name of this band is. Okay, and got that straightened out a little bit. I know we'll have to do more straightening out. Okay, so there's more. Right, so and this is why we'll need to do a little more straightening out, because I better do a little perspective editing there. And it helps when you have the DxO viewpoint. Like I said, DxO viewpoint. Actually, before I had gotten DxO Photolab and on One Photo Raw, actually even when Skyloom Luminar didn't have the uh, perspective editing, what I would do is I would do perspective editing in DxO Photolab separately, since that was since that's pretty much what I had, and yeah, and it worked out whenever I had to do the perspective editing. Um, okay, so we'll just turn on those highlights here, and the midtones here. Yeah, we'll raise that. That with the shadows. Um, that. Okay, and we'll add a little extra contrast. Micro contrast, some saturation and vibrance. Okay, I'll send it off to Color Effects Pro so we can have the sunlight filter. So yeah, we can brighten this up a little bit. Right, and yeah, just takes a little bit of time to get into Color Effects Pro. As you can see, right, and now it's preparing the image, scaling, reprocessing. Now we'll be able to. Okay, so now we'll be able to add the sunlight filter here. Um, that. This is what happens if you move it to the right. It cools it off. We're not looking to cool it off like that. I don't want it too bright. There should work. Oh, that. Oh. Okay, and like that. All right. Well, and then we'll just check for dust spots. I don't think there are any that'll be visible, but I better just check. Right, and we'll just wait for that to load up here. Okay, and now we'll that don't see any dust spots. I think the don't see any. Okay, so we'll export that, and now we'll get it out, and then we'll move on to the next image here. Right, and okay, so now we just turn on these here. Okay, and we'll straighten it out here. And we'll probably have to do some more straightening once we're done the perspective editing. that. A little more straightening of that. There it is. Okay, and we do that. Now, light there for the white balance. Just the exposure a little bit. Okay. Highlights we turn down. That, midtones. And shadows here. Do that. Okay, and like that with the contrast. Okay. We'll send it into Color Effects Pro. Right now, we just have to wait for it to go into that software there. Right. Alright, so that'll load into Color Effects Pro here. And yeah, the reason why I'm just adding the sunlight filter there is to just brighten it up because yeah, the two people there in the tent look a little underexposed. Just to help with that. Okay, and a little extra brightness there. Okay, a little extra contrast, a little extra saturation. Okay, and then okay, now it's saving the image, and then I'll send it off into Affinity Photo here. Yeah, I'm already in there. Yeah, yeah. So I was just I forgot when I pressed Finder that I was already in the folder that I wanted to be in. So okay, we'll send. So now we'll go into Affinity Photo just to see if we can find any dust spots. Don't think we will, but you never know. It's always a good idea just to check that. Right, and that we'll just go around here and see. There it is. Don't see any dust spots here. Right, yeah, there's no dust spot. Yeah, no dust spots here. We'll export that and okay. That and now the next image here. Okay, let me just check if I can do that in on one photo raw here. And remember when I had talked about Village ice cream and how they had this wheel there and that there was a long lineup? Well, there it is. There's Village ice cream there. I just check to make sure that I can do that fringing before I do anything. Okay. Okay, yep. Okay, I can. Yeah, so here it is. Here's Village ice cream. Yeah, from what I've been told, it's a really popular ice cream spot in Calgary. I myself have never eaten there, so yeah, I don't know how it is, but it is popular, and I've been told that it's a very good ice cream place. They have some really good ones. I am also aware of McKay's ice cream in Cochrane, Alberta. Yeah, yeah, I've heard that they have really good ice cream as well. Oh, nope, that's not going to work. let's see if I can find something that'll work here. Oh, that's just gonna make it worse. Nope. 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 Yeah, this is where it becomes a interesting challenge trying to figure out how to get rid of a dust spot. Well, okay, and then if we can maybe darken it a little bit, I don't know. Nope, that makes it look like a dust spot. Big one. Uh, huh. Right, and let's go over here and see if maybe there's something here. Oh, here. Oh, here. This is one of those things that can become a challenge. Trying to remove a dust spot. Well, that just makes it look like a dust spot. Oh, okay, there, that might work. Oh, okay, well, you know what? I got an idea now. We got rid of that dust spot. Remove that. There we go, that worked. And don't see any others. Something that is obvious. Okay. Right, so now we do that. Get rid of that. That. For highlight hue. And purple. Green. Right, and then choose the correct lens that I use there. Right, and now we'll increase that a little bit. Oh, I want so let's throw the contrast and okay, so there's the midtones, shadows, that down, that, and yeah. Okay, so do a bit of that, turn that down, get daylight, saturation there, vibrance there, and then we'll export that, and export that. Right, and go to the next one, and I believe the next one is also a Village Ice Cream. Now, as you can see, that was the wheel I didn't really go there because you know, what I was worried about. Hold on, let me just check to make sure it's exported properly. Okay, yeah, because what I was worried about was what you get on the wheel is what you would get for the ice cream, and it's like, no, I'm not gonna take a chance there. I'll just get the picture of the Village Ice Cream stand here at the street festival here. Right, so there, there. Okay, so we'll raise the exposure a bit, a little bit with the contrast, with the highlights, the tones, the shadows. Turn that down, and yeah, we want to turn that down. That. And that, okay, and then that's the daylight. And add some saturation, add some vibrance, and we'll export that. Okay, we'll export it. All right, and what I'll do is, I think I'll end it here. Yeah. I don't think I have any more photo editing me today. I've already been at it for almost 5.5 hours. So I think this is a good place to stop. Right, so what I'll do is before I find somebody to raid, let me share some links with you. this is my campsite.bio link. On that page, you'll see the links to my writing website, my photography website, all my social media pages. So if you want to follow me on any of my other social media pages, click that link, and whatever social media you happen to be on that you like to follow me on, you can do it via that link. Speaking of my writing website, here it is. Uh, this is like if you want to check out my books and if you're interested in buying them, you click that link on the new page. You click on books written, and then on that page it'll have all the books I've written. There's also buttons you can click on if you're uh, uh, interested in buying them. I did show you I did show you these links, and I think Nightbot has done it throughout the stream. I did show you these links earlier on the stream, and I think Nightbot did that as well throughout the stream. These are the links to my photography websites. The first link is about my business here in Calgary. You can click that link and see what I do, check out my portfolio, check out all the information about my photography business. And if you're interested in buying prints and digital downloads of my photos, click on the second link, the Pixelset link. What you do after that on the page that loads up, you go to or you scroll down, you click on yeah, Nightbot. I'll get to that. You just wait. I'm talking about the Pixelset website, and yeah. So you scroll down, you click on non-client photos, and then the gallery of photos will show up, and you can buy prints, digital downloads of the photos that are on there. This is, if you're interested in supporting my photography, this is the link to my Patreon page. Uh, uh, on that page, there's three tiers you can become a patron of, or you can become a patron on. The first one is photos that I haven't shared on my other social media. The second tier is early access to the digital downloads of my photos, as well as exclusive coupons to the Pixelset website. And the third tier, once I figure it out, it would be early access to the VODs of my live streams. What I do is after the 24 hours, I upload it to YouTube, so that way people who missed me live can have a place to go to watch and see what happened during the stream. Once I figured out that third tier would be like early access before I make them live on YouTube. Another way you can support my photography is through this buy me a coffee link. Um, you can leave a donation on that link. Yeah, I believe it's on the right hand side. So if you're interested in leaving a donation to help support my photography, you can go there and donation for however amount you want. And I think there's also two membership tiers. The first one is photos not shared on my other social media, and also early or not early access, but the exclusive Pixelset coupons. There's no digital downloads there because the way it works on the Buy Me a Coffee link, I do not like how they do it. Um, and then the second tier would be once I figured out early access to the VODs of my live streams. Um, and another way you can support my photography is through a Subscribestar here. On that one, the tiers are the same as the Patreon page. The only difference is that the early access digital downloads are smaller files because there's an upload limit for or not. There's an upload limit on Subscribestar that is lower than the one on Patreon. And you saw Nightbot getting a little impatient here. With this link. This is the final link I'd like to share with you. It's my wish list. Uh, you're not obligated to buy me anything, but if you're interested in seeing what's on the wish list, you can click that link and see all the stuff that's on there. And if you do happen to buy me something and happens to be during stream, an alert will play. There's a sound alert, and there's also a generic Torn gives a picture alert that shows up. But as I mentioned, you don't have to buy me anything. There's no obligation or anything like that. So those are all the links I like to share with you. So now let's find somebody to raid. see. On. Yeah. It looks like he's ending stream. Okay, so I'll have to find somebody else to raid. Yeah. I just had to check to see if he was stream, but it looks like he's ending stream. So let me just see if I can find somebody to raid here. Right. I found somebody to raid, but unfortunately he was ending stream. So let's see. Let's see. Um, yeah, this is always a challenge trying to find somebody to raid. Especially it's definitely a challenge no matter what. Just trying to find somebody to raid there. Let's see. Ah, I know who to raid now. He's I think he's a fellow Calgarian. I've talked to him a number of times in Discord. He's part of the gaming lounge that I'm in. He's a pretty. He seems like a pretty cool guy. Um, his username is Goochberries. Let's see. What is he? What is he playing right now? Playing Apex. So that's definitely a change of pace from photo editing, isn't it? So, all right. Let's just get this raid set up. Right. Let me just make sure he's still beyond before I. Uh, looks like he'll on. I think so. Let me just check. I think. Yeah, he is still going to be on for a while. Okay, just had to make sure of that before I uh, started the end of stream stuff. So let's raid set up. Try to spell the username right. Yep. All right. So before I make this raid official, thank you everybody for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching the whole photo editing, and hopefully I was able to teach you some stuff about photography and photo editing, and hopefully you were able to learn something from this stream. you have any questions about photography, don't hesitate to ask me. I will do the best I can to answer your questions. Um, and trying to guide you in the right direction. Thank you to uh, Christy for the bits. Thank you to Nathan for the follow and for the bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Playful Light for the raid. And thank you to Demon Girl Killer for the follow. So the next stream, it's either going to be tomorrow night or Wednesday night. It's definitely going to be retro night. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or Wednesday because, well, we didn't finish all the photos in the stream today. So, yeah, that made it a little tough. And there's still, I know we're past half. I know I'm past halfway the photos, but there's still quite a number of photos left to go through. I did go through as many as I could. Yeah, I don't know how many are left, but yeah, if it takes a while to get through all of them tomorrow, then I won't be able to stream tomorrow. And so, but but definitely Wednesday I should be able to stream if I'm not able to stream tomorrow. So either way, tomorrow or Wednesday, regardless of which day, it's going to be retro night. The start time will be between 7:30 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. I'll be playing ATP Tour Championship Tennis for the Sega Genesis. I'll be continuing on with the career. I think we're in that final tournament of the first season in the game. That's on the carpet. Yeah, that's on the carpet. Uh, uh, the carpet surface. So we'll see if I continue my dominance or not. So hopefully we'll be able to see all there. So now let me make this raid official. Okay, looks like we have everybody in here. So I'll quickly wrap this up before we do the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching the photo editing. Hopefully, I was able to teach you something and you were able to learn something. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. I'll do my best to answer them. Thank you to Christy for the bits. Thank you to Nathan for the follow and for the bits. Thank you to Playful Light for the raid. Thank you to Demon Girl Killer for the follow. I really appreciate it. Next stream, it's either going to be tomorrow or Wednesday night, retro night. Starts in between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. We're playing ATP Tour Tennis for the Sega Genesis. We'll be continuing on with, I believe it's the last tournament of the first season in the game. We'll see how that goes. So hopefully we'll see all there. So now let's say hi to Goochberries.